And we're live. Ramiro, how's it going, man? Bullseye, how's it going? I am early, but I'm just live a little early. We're gonna get started reading in 15 minutes anyway, so just figured we'll do some Wordle, get set up, all that stuff. Whoa. Amnesiac, Kami, how's it going, man? And chat might be fast since we got a Reddit post. There's a lot of music changes. Okay, yeah, no worries, no worries. I'll try to keep a heads up. Justin, how's it going, man? I'll try to keep a heads up as much as possible. Okay, P-O. Zaref, how's it going, man? P-O-T. Ports? No. I'm finishing my workout. I'll be there. Get Path of Pain walls closing in ready. Okay, yeah, no worries. Path of Pains is, I don't even know, is that in there? No, walls closing in is right there, no problem. Stop. Stream from the start, it has walls closing in. Oh, Path of Pain. Okay, yep. Great. Hollow Knight sealed vessel. Okay, sounds good. Thank you, Kami. Yeah, I'll keep an eye out for the music. I promise. Okay. Fuck's sakes. Khaled, how's it going, man? Oh wait, actually, while I'm just a little early, I'm just gonna quickly do something. Hold on. Devil, how's it going? Analytics. Queen, how you doing? Badge and emojis. I won't be alive tomorrow. Wait, what's up? Fuck, what was the emoji that I wanted to add yesterday? I won't be online tomorrow, Jesus. Oh, okay, that's a lot better, okay. No, oh, dude, I'm so excited, Queen. I'm trying to figure out, not until I scored that dream. I'm trying to figure out, one more, emoji to put in. I don't know what, though. I feel like there was one yesterday that I said, like, oh, I want to add this emoji, and then I fucking forgot. Zaref, stop trying to beat me. We believe in you to fail. What the fuck, Bullseye? Bro. Nagato, how's it going, man? Yeah, I know. Pepe emojis are definitely the way to go. Although, what do I... Fuck, there was an emoji I really wanted to add. Fuck, I forgot what it was. Oh, I'm so mad. Nothing really, just enjoying my... Oh yeah, you finished your last exam right now, Nagato? Nice. Sky Fail, thanks for popping by. I appreciate you popping by. We're gonna get started reading in about 10 minutes. I'm just a little early, just getting everything set up, and fucking up some Wordle on top of that. So if you need to do anything, feel free. We're gonna get started reading in 10 minutes. POF. Poor. Wait, poor is this a word? Hold on. I know that wasn't it. I just used 2 letters. I knew weren't in there. What the fuck am I doing? It's either I fail miserably or heroically succeed. Based. Who else? Who wants anything other than those options? Okay. Okay. You know what? Fuck it. I wish YouTube had certain badges Twitch has, where your badge changes after a certain amount of months. It does, Queen. Even on YouTube. So, am I not a mod? Oh, sorry, Devil. We'll get you back. We'll get that set up. So currently I have it set up so, first your Roselle week, after a month you can get 4s. Third week is Trissy, especially considering what happened last night. I thought that would be dope. You got promoted to chat member, and then wait, who's number 4? Hold on. Oh, I really should remember this, but I don't. All right, hold. Oh wait, you guys can't. Oh, for fuck's sakes, I'm on the wrong thing. Sorry. So Roselle at the start, 4s then after, and then Trissy after. And then wait, who's 4th? Is it Amon? Hold on. I haven't checked out your reaction. Oh, it's Leonard. After 6 months is Leonard. But I can change those if you guys are interested. I don't really care. Whatever you guys prefer is good with me. No worries, Queen. Add a toilet for our Lord. Oh, that'd be a good joke. The problem is, I don't know why, but YouTube has this dumb thing where the amount of emojis I can add is limited based on the number of members. So my number of emojis I can add is very limited. So I have to like pick and choose my battles. Like, hey, I really want this one or whatever. Hold on. Let me see. Okay, we're gonna get started in like 5 minutes. Okay. We can either do that Susie one. We can do that Susie one if you guys want. Amon deserves to be at on the bottom. Amon on top. Oh shit! Oh shit! Thank you, Zerv. All right, now, all right. Let's do connections really quick. Fuck it. You know what? I will figure out what to do. what emoji to add later. If someone has an idea, let me know. Maybe the Susie one where she's peeking around the corner might be interesting. But I'm thinking more specific. Oh wait. Do I want to do like the plot thickens? Is that not on there? Wait, no, I feel like I have one for plot, no? No, I have one for plot. Hold on. The plot chickens? And have it without telling him. I could do that. We need pregnant whiz emoji. You know what? That one I will leave to artist interpretation. Okay, I'd hate to make it too easy for you guys. Hi and bye. Okay, sounds good. Username. Isn't there a pregnant Klein? God, I fucking hope not. Why the fuck would there be a pregnant Klein image? Spoilers. He at high sequences he turns into with pregnant cosplay. All my assets are in cash and stuff. Bro really hit me with the I'm really illiquid right now. Just okay. Bridge unite join link. Nice. Shut the fuck up, music. I don't remember. Are you on the run from Interpol? Bluest Rocky Gladiator. I was thinking like movies. That image is too fun. Crash Battle Bluest. Moonlight. Bluest. Chain Pope Scattles. What? Saddle wheel. Pedal. Crash? I don't know, car related I was thinking? Or chain, parts of a bicycle. Yes. After what he did to make to Marie, I don't know. Moonlight Greatsword based. I've never actually done an entire playthrough with the Moonlight Greatsword if I'm on. Yark, how's it going, man? My first playthrough was Dex. After that was Strength, but it was like pure Strength. Moonlight Greatsword is like Strength and Intelligence, I think, right? So I don't think I did one. Gladiator, Rocky, Pope, Chicago? I don't fucking know. Just put a kill on site notice for Bullseye? Why? Because he has all of his assets on cash? I don't know. I honestly don't know. Best Picture winners since 2000. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Music genres plus a letter. Blues, pop, rock, scat. Ska. God, he's a wanted criminal for what? We found him guilty of Jesus Christ. So yesterday I was teaching a 15-year-old about quantum physics. Milosh, how's it going, man? Okay, I don't normally I would say something, but I don't know a fucking thing about quantum physics, if I'm honest. Like, not a thing. So I'm not gonna pretend. I'm not gonna even pretend to. 471. Let's get this bitch on the road. We're gonna be here for a while. Good lord. Give me a mod for this way so you can see the mod music. Oh, sure, Kami. Yeah, give me 1 second. Nope, that's fine. No, Thunder, we're just getting started. All right, Kami, you have been given mod. All right. Cheek. The goosebumps on Klein's skin surfaced uncontrollably as he looked at the beautiful young lady with her misty eyes and furrowed eyebrows. The goosebumps were distinct and were accompanied with a cold sweat. You are right on time, Nightwalker. Seriously. Use this power well, yes. At this moment, he felt as if he had returned to Tingen, back to the Blackthorn security company, and was about to activate his spirit vision to observe Megos and the baby in her womb. The fear that resulted from his instinct was so clear that it felt like a giant hand tightly gripping his heart. He finally understood what the thing interfering with the grey fog and his divination wasn't a grade 0 sealed artifact or a mystical item. There was something even more terrifying hidden within Trissy's body. The symbol of the apocalypse, the primordial demoness. The symbol of the apocalypse. Is she the apocalypse that the vampire ancestor Lilith was referring to? Actually, wait. Let me change music really quickly. It's just we're just on some. Lyola, how's it going? Okay. Wait, Shadow Lord now? Get back to the last music. Shadow Lord? Okay, dope. Okay. 1 second. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Okay, there is way too much blue in chat. Okay. The demoness. Okay, enough. No, she isn't the primordial demoness yet. Otherwise, I would have already lost control just by being together with her. You're together with the demoness? Who? She's in a very strange state. Trissy's brows eased as her eyes regained focus. She looked at Klein, who didn't dare to move at all. She gently lifted her right hand, allowing her slender white fingers to slowly slide down from the side of her body. With a bit of grievance, seduction, and malice, she laughed and said, "If you can inform the Nighthawks, Punishers, and Hive Mind about this matter, and I happen to meet you before they arrest me, I don't mind letting you know what true pleasure is." Bro, who was making that joke about the demon of seed? This is unironically true. What the fuck? Klein's gaze subconsciously followed the movements of her fingers, and all sorts of mind-blowing details surfaced in his mind. They aren't considered big, but they're very firm. What am I thinking? What am I looking at? Is this the seductive power of a demoness of pleasure? Ignoring the fact that you were once a man, even if you were a true lady, without having committed so many heinous crimes in the past to lessen the psychological rejection I have, I wouldn't dare. If you were to suddenly awaken as a primordial demoness, even the fool can't handle that. Klein silently sighed, raised his head, looked at the carriage wooden roof, and said, "Don't you think that I, an ordinary low or mid-sequence beyonder, would have the ability to escape the pursuit of the royal family? I think they've already discovered that something is wrong and are about to take action." Trissy felt somewhat smug that Klein didn't dare look directly at her. She chuckled and said, "I'll try to escape and divert the main pursuing force. Although the remaining ones are still very powerful, it's not impossible to deal with them. Are you on your second account now, York? She chuckled and said, I'll try to escape and divert the main pursuing force. Although the remaining ones are still powerful, it's not impossible to deal with them. I believe that you will fight with all your might for the sake of your own life. You have great hope. With that, her figure quickly disappeared, as if someone had wiped it away with a rag. What is this ability to come and go as they please that she seems to have? What is this? This was different from Sharon. It wasn't a return to a normal wraith state, but a form of invisibility. The carriage door opened and then closed. The sweet fragrance that remained drilled into his nose, and Klein retracted his gaze. Even now, his arms were still trembling. If it wasn't for his rich experience, even though he had faced the son of an evil god in the real world with a belly in between them, he knew what the name Trissy Cheek meant. He who knew what the name Trissy Cheek meant wouldn't have been able to bear the terrifying pressure and would have collapsed on the spot. It was akin to having a rubber band stretched too tightly to the point of tearing. It seems like Trissy, who doesn't know what's happening to her body. She also doesn't know the meaning behind the name Cheek. Klein quickly calmed his thoughts and looked at the window, estimated the distance between them, and counted the time. His spiritual intuition and corresponding experience told him that anything in such a situation was better than nothing. Therefore, with the danger of being silenced at hand, he was prepared to try his best to save himself. 3, 2, 1. Klein suddenly opened his eyes and snapped his fingers. At the edge of the road, a small fire ignited on a tree with only withered branches left. The flames quickly soared into the sky. Several matches inside his pocket that Klein had intentionally divided up burst into flames, and a crimson color engulfed his black attire. His figure disappeared from the interior of the carriage, and he walked out from the flame by the roadside. He kept snapping his fingers on his left hand repeatedly, his figure constantly flashing through the sparse, withered forest. He rode the flame and quickly arrived deep into the forest, which couldn't be seen from the outside. Wall's closing in very soon? Okay, sounds good, Kami. He also knew that very clearly there were hidden elements behind this matter. Therefore, for the visit to the Red Rose Manor, he abided by the principles of a magician and had made preparations beforehand, such as separating his matches and carrying a number of mystical items. Among the mystical items, the biological poison bottle and the sun brooch were involved in the Capim and Wraith incidents. Therefore, out of caution, he left them above the grey fog. Same for the all-black eye. Hold on. Wall's closing in now. As for the all-black eye, which was left by the marionettist, it was difficult to get past the manor guards, hence it was met with the same treatment. Finally, other than the 3 kinds of bullets, purifying, demon hunting, and exorcism, he only brought 2 other items. First was the master key. It looked like an ordinary key, so it wasn't easily discovered. The second item was a key element, Azek's copper whistle. Simply put, when he faced a danger that he couldn't handle, he could ask for the help of a powerhouse. After that encounter, whether I recognized Trissy or not, I'm definitely on a kill list. There's a high chance that I've been targeted by 008. There won't be any negative effects getting Azek's help. Well, that's if 008 has been behind all the coincidences. Klein raised the cold, ancient copper whistle and put it to his mouth, blowing on it. Oh my god, we're gonna get Azek! Yes, please! Without a sound, he activated his spirit vision and saw the white bones that gushed from the ground. He saw the nearly 4-meter tall giant messenger take form. It lowered its head and looked at him with the eye sockets burning with black flames. That huge body gave Klein a sense of security. He took out a pen and paper and wrote the word help. Next, he folded the paper and stuffed it into the messenger's palm. After the messenger disappeared, he put away the whistle, deliberately put on a prayer posture, and quickly chanted the honorific name of the fool. Honorable Mr. Fool, my investigation has borne fruit. The woman Prince Edisac fell in love with is the witch Trissy from the Demoness sect. She had already advanced to Demoness of Pleasure, and the upper echelons have changed her name to Trissy Cheek. After quickly making the report, Klein didn't bother to hide his identity and quickly went above the grey fog. He then retrieved the scenes of him praying. He threw it into the crimson star symbolizing misjustice. He tried his best to feign a mocking tone and added his supercilious manner that was congruent with the style of the fool. Cheek. That's the true name of the primordial demoness. After doing this, Klein immediately returned to the real world, ready to run for his life. He had only taken a few steps when his eyes lit up. He subconsciously raised his head and saw several meteors burning with raging flames falling from the sky, tearing through the sky and enveloping the entire forest. Bro, what? This. At that moment, the scarlet light shone into Klein's eyes, giving him an indomitable feeling. He had never expected that the person he was up against would send meteors from the sky to silence him. On a yellowing notebook, a seemingly ordinary quill wrote, "For an unknown, inexplicable reason, the Dallas meteor shower arrived at the planet 2 days early. A portion of them just happened to land in the forest where Detective Sherlock was hiding. Yes, just happened." Dude, what? Okay, I really thought the quill was a lot more limited than this. He can just straight up rain down a fucking meteor shower? What? That's insane. Tuesday afternoon, in Audrey's study, the teenage girl who was about to reach adulthood was listening intently as Miss Escalante explained the connection between the intersection of spectator and telepathist power with mysticism psychology. Beside her feet, Susie was sitting there attentively. Suddenly, she saw the endless grey fog and a blurry figure appear. Soon after the words reached her, Prince Edisac, the Demoness sect, Witch Trissy, Demoness of Pleasure, Trissy Cheek, Audrey automatically filtered out the irrelevant details and noticed the most important words. There was already gonna be a meteor shower. That's fine, Romero. There's always a meteor shower somewhere. Like, the Earth gets so many meteor showers. I can just speed it up or slow them down and then redirect them. That's insane. At that point, I don't even know what he needed to do all that for. He could unironically just say, like, a meteor shower fell onto Chanis Gate, killing all the Beyonders present, leaving the untouched, unguarded remains of Saint Selena, Saint Helena, whatever the hell that name was, and then just walk up and grab them. What the fuck? So that's the reason. The person Edisac fell in love with is a demoness. Furthermore, many of the demonesses are transformed men. Why do I feel like laughing? Audrey is sitting there. She's like, "Oh, get fucked, loser." Is this why he will bring danger to Backland? I have to warn Father. But what method or excuse should I use? You can see when done, said grade 0 artifact can destroy the world. True. At this moment, she saw Mr. Fool leisurely sitting at the end of the table. She heard him say in a gentle tone, "Cheek, that's the true name of the primordial demoness." The true name of the primordial demoness? As her mind buzzed, Audrey's expression instantly collapsed. "What's wrong?" Escalante noticed. For a moment, Audrey thought and didn't hide her concern, and she said, Miss Escalante, I just remembered something bad. I should have told my parents, but I forgot. It will lead to terrible and serious outcome." For example, the destruction of Backland and how few of millions of people who live here, regardless of them being nobles, middle class, or poor, will survive. Will it be too late to do it now? Escalante asked. Easy, thanks for popping by. How you doing, man? It's better than not doing so. Miss Escalante, please, wait for me. No. You should leave first. Audrey entered her spectator state and made up a calm decision. Then she got up, left the study, and went into the hallway. Father has gone to the House of Lords. Only Mother is home. But what do I say? Audrey frowned. She didn't slow down, nor did she increase her pace. Next to her was her personal mate and huge dog, Susie. Gradually, she had an idea. When she arrived at the living room where her mother was, she had already made up her mind. Taking a light breath, Audrey felt an unusual sinking feeling on her shoulders. Then, without hesitation, she knocked on the door. 472. Latent danger. This is the last chapter I was taking notes on. Oh yeah. I'm probably not going to take any notes during this stream because we're going to be here for fucking 18 hours if I do. So I'll probably just take notes after. Queen, I had never heard the word lampooning before. And I've now heard... I can't even explain how many times I've heard it at this point. Lady Caitlin was sitting on a sofa in the activity room with the deputy butler, Butler's assistant, and the attendant of the corresponding services seated next to her. She was meticulous as she gave instruction on various things to take note of the dinner banquet that night. This continued until her daughter, Audrey, came to her side. "Mother, I have something to tell you." On the way to the activity room, she felt a slight tremor, but she didn't discover anything unusual. The slight tremor probably being the fucking, the meteor hitting. 13 chapters, Dr. Z. All of you, Lady Caitlin looked around and nodded. "All of you can return later." The activity room turned silent, and even Susie was signaled by Audrey to leave. "You should stay by my side more often and learn how to handle these matters. Although you don't lack such content in family lessons, it's still profound knowledge on how to effectively combine theory with practice." Lady Caitlin, who was in her early 30s, who looked to be in her early 30s despite being in her 50s, smiled and educated my daughter. Or her daughter. My daughter, what the fuck? "All right, my little angel, what is it?" Audrey tried to produce the elegant smile she had practiced in etiquette lesson. She pursed her lips and said, "Mother, I've been hiding something from you and Father." "Oh?" I'm already a Beyonder, the kind of person who possesses miraculous powers by consuming a potion." The blonde Lady Caitlin raised her eyebrows and said, "I know. Both your father and I know about it." That's so... 475 Vanitas. Okay, sounds good, Kami. 475. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Huh? Audrey was momentarily at a loss. Lady Caitlin covered her mouth and smiled. "You took so many mystical items from the vault, and you're so naive to think that we didn't notice? By your father's side, in this villa, and in the fief of our family, there is no lack of Beyonders. They may be a result of simple employment relations, or they may have been assigned by the church, or they may have been members of the Hall family. His Majesty has tacitly agreed to such matters, and we have tacitly consented to your little adventures. You will eventually grow up and mature. Your father and I will never be able to protect you under our wings forever. You have to face certain matters alone. So having additional powers to aid you is a trump card. Yes, according to the general information I'm aware of, the initial stage shouldn't be that dangerous, and advancing will require a year or 2, or even 3. So your father and I aren't too anxious, and we intended to wait until you become an adult to give you a word of warning, so that you can stop at your present state. No, Mother. Your general knowledge is wrong. You don't know the acting method. If I have all the ingredients, I can become a Sequence 7 before the new year. Moreover, I don't wish to stop. The death of the Duke has made me understand that the world isn't as stable and peaceful as I thought. I want to have the powers to protect all of you. That's so sweet. Mr. Fool is gradually recovering and evil gods are making rapid attempts to descend. Although I'm still immature and lack a lot of knowledge, I can sense the hidden, indescribable dangers from these matters. Audrey had always known that she couldn't avoid the problem of taking beyond her ingredients from the vault, but she thought that perhaps, by chance, her parents weren't aware of the special effects of those items. At most, they would suspect that she's getting deeper and deeper into her mysticism enthusiast circle. Your parents always know more than you assume. It's a thing that you realize as you get older. You always think like you're doing a great job of hiding from them, and you're like, never fucking mind. I have a boyfriend named Klein. Mother, I crave violence. Mother, I was the one who killed the Duke, actually. After releasing the burden on her heart, she paid no notice to her mother's exhortation and said, Mother, I later joined a secret organization, one that's more academic and doesn't worship evil gods. Please forgive me for not being able to say its name and details, but I've already made an oath. Oh, God. Oh, no. You're telling too much, Audrey. No. I received word today that the commoner girl who Prince Edisac has fallen in love with is a demoness. I don't know what kind of plot they are plotting. The first two sentences of hers didn't contain any absolute connection. The former referred to the psychology alchemists, while the latter was the source of knowledge, the Tarot Club. Through this arrangement of sentences, every word she said was true. One that could be confirmed through divination. However, it would make people believe that her news came from the psychology alchemists. The smile on Caitlin's face disappeared. Demoness? She asked. Yes, a demoness of pleasure. And what scares me even more is that her name is Trissy Cheek. What's wrong with that? Her mother asked, puzzled. A member of that organization has seen the name Cheek in an ancient book. In the 4th epoch or earlier, that name belonged to the primordial demoness. That's an evil goddess. Lady Caitlin didn't understand what the primordial demoness meant, but she knew exactly what the evil goddess meant. She couldn't sit still any longer and replied, Are you sure? I'm not sure. Audrey didn't doubt Mr. Fool at all, but she couldn't say so openly. No matter what, I think it's necessary to seek the royal family, no, the Beyonders of the church to confirm the matter. If it involves an evil goddess, it's always the right decision to be cautious. Caitlin looked at her daughter in surprise. Audrey, you've grown up. If it weren't for the urgency of the matter, Audrey would have pretended to be reserved upon hearing such praise. Dude, I am so glad Audrey told her parents. Like, maybe, no, sorry, glad probably isn't, actually glad might be the right word. Because I think that now that she knows, now that, like, she can be open with her parents, she can also make requests of them, like, hey, in order for me to help the family, in order for me to get stronger, I need XYZ. And she can use the connections and just overall utility of her parents and the Earl to get stuff easier. So I think in the long run, this will be great. Audrey, sorry. If it wasn't for the urgency of this matter, Audrey would have pretended to be reserved upon hearing such praise. She would first modestly wheedle, then would return to her room in glee. She might even twirl into a dance. I need 100,000 for my sequence 4 potion. It probably can't even... Maybe relief is a better word? No, I don't think so. I'm glad, because I think it'll provide even more resources to the Tarot Club. Dude, a sequence 4 potion probably costs more than 100 grand. But now she didn't care at all. She quickly let her worries and nervousness surface on her expression. Mother, can you help me hide the truth? I heard that the Beyonders of the Church abhor evil secret organizations that aren't a part of them. Well, you can say that it was news that Father received. He should have plenty of channels for information. Don't worry, neither you nor Father will involve you in this. Your father won't be back till the evening. I'll first let the hidden guards appear, pretend that he sent a message, then I'll get the church to send Beyonders to protect our family. All right, Audrey replied. At that moment, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was exhausted from maintaining her prolonged high sense of tension. Looking at the few burning meteors crashing down at high speed, enveloping the entire forest, Klein had the thought of hopelessly waiting for his doom in despair. What else do you do in this scenario? You're sitting there with fucking meteors coming down on you, bro. What are you supposed to... The price of the sequence 4 is stupid. Yeah, exactly. Like, because at that point, you're damn nearing getting the potion for immortality. Maybe not immortality, but the... what is it? The... Oh, for fuck's sakes. Eternal youth or whatever? Even if he constantly used Flaming Jump, it would be impossible for him to escape the forest and the dangerous epicenter of the meteor shower before the meteor shower landed. Moreover, the weak body of a Beyonder from the Seer pathway didn't allow the possibility of him withstanding the head-on meteor strike. Yeah, you're fucking cooked, brother. Even a zombie that wouldn't be wounded by a revolver would immediately be turned to mince meat under such an attack. Moreover, it would become charred black. Flaming Jump, the yellow-white light shone into the depths of his eyes, quickly giving Klein an idea. In a situation that was depicted in seconds, he didn't hesitate. He did what came to mind. After silently calculating the distance, Klein snapped his fingers and ignited all the remaining matches in the matchbox. A streak of crimson light soared into the sky, quickly enveloping his figure within it. Klein disappeared without a sound, appearing in the flames above the meteor. True! I was thinking this! Yes! The meteor rapidly descended. The moment he leapt out of the flames, he was away from the meteor's vicinity, entering a region of air with frighteningly high temperatures. At the moment he used his Beyonder powers to jump, Klein was immune to ordinary flames, even if the temperature was rather high. However, upon exiting that state, he did his best to avoid the flames via flame controlling. Otherwise, he would burn and... What the fuck? Is everything okay? Oh, okay. Okay. In addition, the hot air wasn't within his jump range. Just Charizard being Charizard. Okay. Klein snapped his fingers, causing the air at a critical point to ignite. He phased into another flame, trying to avoid the first blast upon the meteor's impact. However, no matter how many times he tried or how many risks he took, he couldn't escape the danger. There were only two choices: to jump to a point away from the forest and suffer the meteor's resulting blast, or to jump around like an acrobat, waiting for the mushroom cloud to swallow him up. For a moment, Klein thought he could see himself being torn apart, scorched black flames still burning over his body. A thought flashed through his mind, and his vision clearly changed as the colors saturated. The reds became redder, the yellow became yellower, and the whites became whiter, just like a strange oil painting. That patch of the oil painting seemed to be different from the real world, allowing Klein to watch the meteor slowly crash to the ground. Azek, my fucking goat. That patch of forest was instantly destroyed, and the ground clearly quaked a few times. Plumes of smoke that were mixed with flames rose up, forming a strange mushroom cloud. Such an impact didn't affect Klein because this blast simply didn't enter the superposed, still, oiled painting world. Klein was stunned at first before seeing a human figure next to him. The figure had bronze skin with a medium build. He wore a long black suit and a half-top hat. He had a pair of aged brown eyes, soft facial features, and a tiny mole below his right ear. "Mr. Azek," Klein cried out. He finally knew what scene the revelation from the divination he had made long ago corresponded to. It was the present. The sea of blood represented a perilous situation. After being pulled by Mr. Azek meant being rescued because of him. Just as Klein's words left his mouth, Azek waved his hand, grabbed his arm, and pushed away through the deep layers of saturated colors. Can you remember the divination? Is this what? No. The only divination I remember for Azek was when he asked, when he did a divination about his past, and he got that mausoleum. I don't remember this one. They're all made in the castle or the palace or whatever. The ordinary looking quill was no longer writing on its own, and its surface had dimmed a little. The solemn looking middle-aged man with the only eye grabbed it and quickly wrote as if he was channeling a spirit. When he saw Azek's portrait and started suspecting. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, I see. When he saw the portrait of the Baron, right? Oh, I see. Okay. It was he saw that if he doesn't, Azek will save his life, and so oh, right. I see. Yeah. Okay. The ordinary looking quill was no longer writing on its own, and its surface had dimmed a little. The solemn-looking middle-aged man with only one eye grabbed it and quickly wrote as if he was channeling a spirit. It was obvious that Azek Eggers had yet to recover all of his memories and strength. While attempting to travel through the spirit world and the astral world, a latent danger appeared as a result of his problem. Hence, he and Sherlock Moriarty found themselves landing near Ince Zangwill and his friend. No! If he has to fight Ince, Klein is gonna fucking die! Again! Oh my, no! You can't do this! Ince, you piece of shit! You piece of shit! Oh. All my homies hate this fucking guy. No, come on. Oh, come on. What the fuck? And if Ince finds out that that Sherlock is Klein, he's not just gonna kill him like last time. He's gonna kill him and then keep the body, wait till he wakes up, and then kill him again. Kami, it seems like Azek... it seems like Ince knows how strong Azek is and how weak he is because he doesn't have all his memories yet. So I wouldn't bet against Ince right now. Oh, come on. He will spawn camp him unironically. Oh no, this can't be happening. Everything around him was like an illusion. The colors were saturated and superposed as they quickly receded. As soon as Klein came to his senses, observed and experienced this wonderful passage, he let Mr. Azek's hand, which was holding his hand, tremble slightly. Before he could even react, he felt a strong sense of weightlessness. His body couldn't help but plummet as he began spinning. The colors of yellow, white, red, and black all faded rapidly, and Klein fell, hitting the solid ground. hard. Ince plus friends, true. It's not even a 2v1 that they might have a chance on. It might be like a 5-on-2. This is a jumping, bro. This is cooked. Okay. Hold on. Sorry. I'm just gonna do one quick thing. Sorry, give me 1 second, guys. Oh, come on. Today, 28th, 2020. Oh, for fuck's sakes, fine. I'll do it later. Okay, never mind. I was trying to add the absolute cinema fucking thing, and it won't let me. Oh god. Oh, there we go. Okay. For fuck's sakes, it must be a... Sorry, hold on. I'm just gonna add that emoji for you guys really quickly, because I have a feeling by the end of volume, that emoji is gonna come in handy. Perfect. Okay, we should have it now. I think if you refresh, you should have it now. Okay, cool. Sorry. Okay. We're back. I'm so sorry. Okay. Mixed into his vision were bits of golden stars as his vision was restored to normal. To his left was a bottomless dark valley that resembled the legendary Devil Abyss. On the right was a grey stone wall that continued to extend upwards, as if supporting the entire region. There was no sun, no clouds, and no fog. Some light came from the luminescent moss growing in different places. The darkness and heaviness were primary tones of this world. I got Tim, absolute cinema. Klein pushed himself up with his left hand and nimbly jumped up. He found that the ground beneath his feet consisted of properly paved stone which could accommodate 2 horse carriages traveling in parallel. It was definitely not formed naturally. At the end of the road spiraled down into the dark crevices, while the other led to the top. From time to time it was possible to see the domed hallways and halls inside the walls. Klein raised his head, but he couldn't see the highest point. His vision was completely blocked by the grey stone wall. Suddenly, he had an epiphany. He and Mr. Azek had fallen underground into the ruins of an ancient civilization. What? Okay, hold on, hold on. And what? Is it another area, or are we still near Backland? As soon as Klein thought about it, he heard Mr. Azek say in a low voice, "Leave her here. Leave here first. Head up." Before Klein could understand the meaning of his words, he saw a flash of light from the side, instantly forming an illusory door that opened outwards. The door seemed to be made of bronze. It wasn't real enough, but it was unusually heavy. On the surface, there were countless strange patterns and indistinct symbols. With a creak, a crack appeared in the door. Pale, bloody arms reached out from a crack, one after another. In addition, there were also greenish-black vines with baby faces and sleek tentacles with protruded eyes. Am I losing my fucking mind? Hold on. Sorry, what the fuck did I just read? The door seemed to be made of bronze. It wasn't real enough, but it was unusually heavy. On the surface, there were countless strange patterns and indistinct symbols. With a creak, a crack appeared in the door. A pale, bloody arm reached out from the crack, similar to this. One after another. In addition, there were greenish-black vines with baby faces and sleek tentacles with protruding eyes. Oh, true! The one that Sharon used, yes. It's very similar to the effects of Miss Sharon's mystical item. While in thought, Klein noticed that that the arms, vines, and tentacles were no longer as crazy as before. They had calmed down and stuck to the ground, completely unlike their former appearance of madly pulling in a sequence-like zombie into the door. Immediately after, the gap between the door widened and a human figure emerged. The figure wore pure black clergy robes, and his facial expressions were clear and distinct like an ancient classical sculpture. Oh, Ince. His hair was dark gold in color, and his eyes were dark blue. He had a high nose bridge. He wore a bonnet, which was popular with the elderly, and his sideburns were somewhat grey in contrast to his middle-aged appearance. Looking at the figure's completely lifeless eye, Klein suddenly recalled the name of the person who had arrived. Ince Zangwill, the former archbishop who had directed the Tingen incident and dealt heavy damage to the Nighthawks, as well as the owner of 008. Bro is still wearing the clergy robes? Dude, actually, he left the order, betrayed them, but he's like, but this fit is for life though. At the same time, Klein turned around, following Mr. Azek's instruction, fled to the top of the road. He knew full well that a Sequence 6 would only serve to be a burden and distraction in a clash of demigods. In this race for time, false modesty and pretentious words were unnecessary. They would harm both him and his companion. As there was nothing he could ignite underground, all Klein could do was grit his teeth and run as fast as he could. While running, he heard Mr. Azek's calm and gentle voice. "Run all the way out of here. Don't worry about me. I've recalled a lot of things, and I know that I once remained in a particular sequence for a long time. That sequence's name is Undying." Whoa, okay. So, I should put that in my notes really quickly. A new high sequence name discovered? True. Azek stayed at Undying for a long time. It means Isaac is higher than Undying. Yeah, I figured that. Klein circled around the cliff and entered a dark domed corridor. The wall on both sides were engraved with mottled murals. At that moment, he heard a dignified and hoarse voice reverberate. Teleportation is prohibited here. Oh, how excited are you to see Demigod level Clash? I am so excited. Because these guys, the way you guys have been hyping them up, better be like fucking, like, I don't know, like multi-planetary level if I'm using power scaling terms. As much as I hate power scaling terms. A figure had appeared beside Ince Zangwill without anyone noticing. He was floating in midair, in defiance with the laws of physics. He wore a gorgeous gold mask, and Ince didn't attack immediately. Instead, he glanced at the bend where Klein's figure had disappeared. Level 8 Klein can destroy the universe. True. Sequence 4. Night Watcher of the Church of the Evernight pathway could grant a certain amount of bad luck to others, but Ince, who had just silently blessed Klein, realized that things like Klein slipping and falling into the ravine didn't happen. Oh, so can grant a certain amount of bad luck to others. Dude, what a dog shit pathway. You can grant a certain amount. If you said that Bum Jinwoo can survive in Lord of the you'll find an assassin. Oh, come on. He is the god of... Oh, fuck it. I'm not having this discussion again. I can't. He's the god of the dead. Come on. Not only that, Ince Zangwill seemed to be hallucinating as well. He saw a thin grayish-white fog. What? Oh wait, is it is it that thing that we saw earlier? That that Klein, as a result of becoming sequence 6, had a certain amount of the gray fog protecting him? That So that gray fog is interfering against the bad luck that Ince tried to put on him? Is that what that is? Without having the luxury of time to think, he withdrew his gaze and cast it back to Isaac. Running at full speed, Klein suddenly stopped in his tracks. His spiritual intuition told him that there were people ahead of him. Beyonders, most likely the guards. After contemplating for a bit, he reached out his left hand and wiped his face. At the same time, crisp sounds emitted from his body. As he grew 7 or 8 centimeters taller... Dude, I was just gonna say this, turn into Ince! And then you can just walk right out. Based! Oh my god, yes! Just be like, hey, losers. We don't need anyone here. We don't need anyone here. Go on break for a bit, and then just kill them when they turn their backs or something. Fuck them. Who has the most aura in... Currently, I would say Isaac. Isaac is literally standing in front of a sequence, a demigod, with another helper who has a sequence 0 sealed artifact, and he's like, don't worry about me. I'd win. And this guy, what a fucking go. He's like, nah, I'd win. Fuck him. By the time his left palm left his face, he had turned into a single-eyed middle-aged man, Ince Zangwill. Recalling the other party's demeanor, Klein used an illusion to change his clothes quickly before walking around the corner and entering the large hall. The 4 guards in the black armor, there were 4 guards in dark black armor, their gazes keen. Klein's face was calm as he looked over. He deliberately spoke in a hoarse voice and said, someone has snuck in here. I'm looking for him. Did you discover any clues? Mr. Zangwill, Nothing happened here. Okay. Klein nodded slightly and walked past them and left the hall. During the entire process, although he remained highly nervous with his back drenched in sweat, he appeared calm and reserved. He looked no different than Ince Zangwill, be it his appearance or his aura. Relying on Faceless powers and his running speed, he quickly passed through 3 checkpoints and arrived at the end of the building. There was an illusory door formed by pure ghostly blue light. Apart from that, it was completely sealed off. Although he was worried about the demigod battle between Isaac and Zangwill, Klein remained hidden in the shadows outside the room. He patiently spied for a bit and found that someone had passed through the ghostly blue light while another person had used it to leave. He noticed that those who had to show something that looked like a badge before they could get permission from the bodyguards to enter the door of light. If I don't have time to wait for the next person, I can only take a risk. The battle over there could end at any moment. Even if it doesn't, the search order will quickly be sent. Klein made a decision, once again walking into the room in the likeness of Ince Zangwill. Something has happened outside. He had no confidence in mimicking the former Archbishop's voice, so he could only express himself with deliberate hoarseness as an indication that he had experienced an intense battle. Mr. Zangwill, where is your pass? Don't waste any more time! As he spoke, Klein pulled a badge from his pocket and thrust it into the man's hand. The comic appearance made the rest of the guards relax. The moment the guard who had received the pass looked down, Klein lunged forward. Just as he landed on the ground, he quickly did another roll and went straight into the ghostly blue door. Oh, he hit him with the left, right, yee! Only then did the guard realize that the badge in his hand had rapidly faded, turning into a piece of paper. On top of the piece of paper was a rather commonly seen blessing. Happy New Year's. He said, "Get fucked, dumbass." The abyss-like crevice was filled with illusory pitch-black liquid. Moreover, the surface of the water was still bubbling without stopping. Many pale-skinned arms were wildly extended outwards. Ince Zangwill had a general idea of Isaac's standards. He was neither surprised nor afraid, for he had a demigod to help him in that moment. Wait, hold on, there's 2 demigods? Ince has Ince has a friend who's also a demigod? What worried him most was another problem. 008, which was forcibly developing the story, could backfire on him at any moment. At that moment, he swept his gaze past the corner of his eyes and was shocked to find that the quill had left his pocket without him realizing. It was floating in front of the grey rock wall, fervently writing lines of words. In a fierce battle, there would always be a variety of accidents, such as Ince Zangwill's belt snapping and having his pants drop. My goat! My fucking goat! Oh my god! Ince has no aura at all. He just got fucking mogged by a quill. Get fucking mogged, pussy. No, I love this. Oh my god, you have no aura. Get fucking mogged. Cooked. Oh my god, I love this. Ince is standing there. He's like, okay. I'm a high sequence beyonder now. I have another demigod helping me. I have a sequence 0. This is one sequence 0. This is one. I have a sealed artifact 0 helping me. This is another high level beyonder. We should be able to take him. Okay, we should be able to take him. And then his pants drop. Oh no, cooked. The abyss-like crevice was filled with an illusory pitch-black liquid. Moreover, the surface of the water was still bubbling without stopping, and many pale-skinned arms were widely extending out. Ince had a general idea of... no, sorry. What the fuck? I've already read this. I'm reading my mind. Hold on. Sound! How's it going, man? The ghostly blue light filled Klein's eyes, constructing a passageway that overlapped with layers of light between the deep darkness and roaming invisible creatures. Invisible creatures? Klein didn't bother to observe the surroundings as he scrambled to the edge of the passageway. He stood up, straightened his clothes, restored Ince Zangwill's stern expression, and stepped into the rippling screen of light. After a moment of being mentally adrift, he found himself in another room, occupied by quite a few guards. Something went wrong. Keep an eye out. Do not allow anyone entry, Klein calmly instructed. Yes, Mr. Zangwill, the guards repeated. Or replied, rather. Good lord. There's a problem with that Zangwill from before. At that moment, the guard from before passed through the ghostly blue light and shouted, "There's a problem with that Zangwill from before." Pretty good sound. Pretty good. I'm a little sick, but we're getting through it. Everyone turned to look at the door, but Klein was nowhere to be seen. The guards immediately split up into groups to search in every possible direction and notify their companions. The scene momentarily turned rather chaotic. One of them had rounded the corner when he saw Ince Zangwill's back. Subconsciously, he pulled out his sword that coruscated with lightning and performed a forward cleave. You can die after finishing Lord of the Mysteries, at least. Okay, you could say something nicer, but I guess you can say that. Fuck you, Bullseye. I'm just kidding. The figure floated away weightlessly and became a splintered paper figurine. At the same time, the two loud bangs could be heard. Pale golden bullets passed through the visor that wasn't pulled down accurately and hit the guard's head. Before he could even cry out, the guard collapsed. Klein stepped out of the shadows in the corner and expressionlessly slipped his revolver back into his holster. After burning the paper figurine, he quickly dragged the guard to an empty room and changed into black armor, switching his appearance to the fallen guard. Then he picked up the lightning sword and left the room, closing the wooden door behind him and running forward in a panic. He was going to notify every guard along the way that there was a problem with Ince Zangwill. I love this. He's like, oh my god, have you guys heard? There's something wrong with Zangwill. Who the fuck is that guy? What a dickhead. Where is he? I love that. Edisac's story. DSV, how's it going, man? Faceless is practically unbeatable in a crowd. You like? I'm not, dude. I never said I don't like. More like, I never said I don't like Faceless. I said it feels like you feel like you're getting a cold. No, I just like I just have like phlegm in my throat, and I'm coughing occasionally, but nothing beyond that. I never said that Faceless isn't good. I just said that like Faceless feels like a letdown compared to Magician. Magician and Clown even were like based as fuck. Pray you don't get the same pain as me. Yeah, I don't get mouth ulcers, Romero, but I appreciate it and I hope you get better, okay? Inside the solarium of the Red Rose Manor. Bro, I don't give a fuck about the Red Rose Manor, bro. Bro, get me back to Klein. Fuck off. Edisac Augustus stood in front of a full-length mirror and looking at the indifferent Trissy with a gloomy face, he said in a voice that was like a volcano about to erupt, "Why did you run away again?" Trissy looked past him and beyond the window and chuckled. "Did you see the meteor shower? Did you feel the trembling of the earth?" Behind her, porcelain and other items in the cabinet fell onto the thick, soft carpet, and the old butler, Funkel, was standing beside her. "It's not too rare for that to happen," Edisac replied. "You are very dull," Trissy said. "Then let me be frank with you. I am a demoness." Prince Edisac's expression didn't change at all. He turned to the old butler and said, "Guard the room and prevent anyone from coming in." "Yes, your highness." Funkel gave Trissy a cold look and walked out of the solarium. When he heard the door close, Edisac exhaled. "Trissy Cheek." "You prefer to be called Trissy." "I know you're a demoness. The person who helped you purchase the Beyonder ingredients failed. What you received was provided by me." "It was me! It was me, Barry!" "I don't mind that my princess consort is a witch or a demoness. I've even seen your wanted poster." "Princess consort? He wants to marry her?" Trissy was surprised at first, then she revealed a mocking smile. "You sure know a lot. Did you know that I was once a man? That my real name is Triss?" "Oh, what?" Edisac's eyes widened and he tilted his head a little, as though he couldn't believe what he had heard. Upon seeing this, Trissy couldn't help but laugh. She laughed so hard that she frantically bent back and forth like a lunatic. "You didn't make a mistake. I was once a man. I used to be like you. And the thing down there was longer and thicker than yours." Get fucking mogged! Oh god. Get fucking mogged! Oh god. "However, the witch potion forcibly changed my gender. Are you disgusted? Does it give you goosebumps?" She vented the words she had been repressing all this time, before taking 2 steps forward. Edisac instinctively retreated, his Adam's apple moving involuntarily. "Roselle, and even better." "True. It was me, Barry. I was the one that shortened your penis." What the fuck? What am I reading? "No, it's not like that. You're a real woman. There's no problem. I can definitely confirm that," he mumbled to himself, and then raised his voice. "From the moment I met you, you were a real woman. I don't want to know what you were like in the past. I can pretend like nothing has happened. What I love is the present you." Oh no. Oh no. Stunned, Trissy raised her hand and wiped away her tears of laughter. "You really are a pathetic man. Do you still not understand? Our meeting was a coincidence. Even your interest." She paused in disgust and continued, "Even your interest in me was the result of someone else's arrangement. Don't you think that everything happened too quickly? I believe in love at first sight, but I don't believe that it possesses such overwhelming bewitchment. You act like the main character in a third-rate romance novel, becoming obsessed with love from just one meeting. You fell in love with a stranger, forgetting the type of person you once liked. That's crazy!" Edisac's eyes went blank and his mouth turned agape, but he didn't speak. You're indeed my type, but my reaction, it's too exaggerated." "I can fix her." "No, I don't ship it, Milos. The poor guy doesn't have any choice." The corners of Trissy's mouth curled up. What a pathetic man. To have what you like be arranged by someone else, it's like you're a puppet on strings. Don't you understand? You're a person that can be sacrificed, and I as well as being a hostage for the cooperation between the royal family and the demoness sect, am also a necessary disguise for this deception. I possess an important item of the demoness sect, and under your strict supervision, I can be destroyed at any moment, and result in the loss of treasure. Don't ignore me, you can ignore others. Prince confirmed that Trissy is a woman. Yes, I got that. Yes, I did. I understand. But that was also kind of interpreted from the fact that Trissy knew what his penis looked like. This is the sincerity of our cooperation. And once the matter is exposed to the other 3 churches or the military, the development will be very simple. Prince Adisak kept a demoness due to lust. After knowing his heinous sins, he shoots himself in the mouth. Then all the problems would be covered up. No! Adisak blurted out. Why? Why are they cooperating with the demoness sect? How could a hostage who might be abandoned at any moment know? That's the whole reason behind why I want to flee, you idiot. Best ship in Lord of the Mysteries, username would have agreed. I mean, maybe. She lowered her head and chuckled. Her body trembled slightly from the laughter. After a few seconds, she raised her head again and said, "What do you want to do with me?" Jesus Christ. Strip me down and throw me onto the bed? No, you've probably formed a psychological resistance. Actually, I don't mind giving you some warmth right now. It's not a shameful thing for 2 people to comfort each other. Adisak darkened his rotund face and looked at Trissy for nearly a minute and said, "You can leave. Leave through that door." You're letting me go? Yes. I'll stop Funkle. As for whether or not you can escape from the other pursuers, that will be on you. A dazed look flashed in Trissy's eyes before she quickly ran towards the hidden door. What about you? She couldn't help but ask. Adisak didn't turn his head but continued to stare at the full-length mirror as if searching for the shadows of the past. He smiled and said, "Me? Let me live this beautiful story and welcome its final end, good or bad." Trissy took a breath and without further ado went through the secret door. Yeah. Based Adisak? I don't know about based, but I think the woman he was sleeping with saying that she had a bigger dick than him kind of mentally broke him and he was like, just leave. I can't even. In a quiet room inside St. Samuel Cathedral, one of the 13 archbishops of the Church of the Evernight, the person in charge of the Backland diocese, St. Anthony Stevenson. Hold on, I gotta write that down in my notes. Bro is actually not that bad. Anthony Stevenson. I'm bigger than you is diabolical? Abso-fucking-lutely. He has a humiliation fetish and liked it. Oh god. Don't joke about that. This bearded old man with deeply recessed eyes had an extremely clean appearance. Even though he wore a black and red archbishop robe, he didn't give off a gloomy feeling. However, anyone who faced him would shudder from the bottom of their hearts. It was as if their spirituality was dominated by fear, or as if they were facing an unknown existence lurking deep in the darkness, which was stared at them back then. Trissy, you're gonna have another talk with Easy after the stream? Yes. We both intend to. We still have to figure out when and stuff, but yes, we do intend to. However, anyone who faced him would shudder from the bottom of their hearts. It was as if their spirituality was dominated by fear, or as if they were facing an unknown existence lurking deep in the darkness which stared back at them. As a wise man once said, it's not a femboy, it's a woman now. Trissy cheek. Primordial demoness. And Saint Anthony lightly patted the paper and immediately stood up. The light around him vanished, as if swallowed by the gloom of the room. All the worshippers in the cathedral instantly felt the coming of night. Everything quickly turned to normal as Saint Anthony appeared in front of the Chanis Gate. Beneath the cathedral. Tonight, the one leading the team was Spirit Guide, Daily Simone. Spirit Guide, that's a sequence 5, right? Spirit Guide is sequence 6? Wait, Daily, you're the same sequence as Klein now? Get your shit together. It's valid even if it's a femboy. In this closing a tone, you might sound like you're in a business meeting. Exactly, that was the intention. Gatekeeper. Oh, gatekeeper is fine. Wow, get it together, Daily. Without waiting for her to ask, the Archbishop instructed, make preparations. The process shall begin. I'm awakening a sealed artifact. He wanted to use 017. Whoa, another sealed 0 based. No, don't get me wrong, I like Daily, but she knows the acting method. She's very good. Get it together. You can do better. I expect more from you. He wanted to use that terrifying artifact and deal with the Trissy matter. And this was the only grade 0 artifact stored inside the Holy Cathedral. Only 2 of the church's upper echelon knew that it was in the Backland diocese. Vanita's OST after this chapter. Alright, sounds good. Chat is so damn bad today. Unironically, dude. She needs contribution points to advance. Oh, true. Yeah, she's, yes. She's externally limited. True. Sharon, much better. I agree. Sharon, best girl. No, sorry. Second best. Yes, Your Grace. Daly was stunned for a second, then immediately responded. While waiting, St. Anthony closed his eyes as the portion of 017's information surfaced in his mind. Now it will be 2 grade 0 artifacts against each other. True. Chat, go outside and meet a real woman. Okay, Ramiro. Alright. No need to be that mean. Okay. 0117. Danger grade. Extremely dangerous. It's of the highest importance and highest confidentiality. It is not to be inquired, disseminated, described, or spied. Security clearance. Pope, Team A researchers, and Archbishop of the Backland Diocese. Note, when the Archbishop is transferred out, the corresponding memories will have to be wiped out using artifact 129. That's crazy. 129 can erase memories. (017) Sealed method. The seal is completed through the combination of 129 and 180. Description. This isn't an item. This is a living angel? Her appearance is beautiful. With black hair and eyes. Looks like a young woman, but her actual age cannot be estimated. Fucking stop. Oh, you're killing me. You're actually killing me. Beautiful. With black hair and eyes. Looks like a young woman. She doesn't have any wings. Just from her experience, she is no different from an ordinary person. Looks like... She does not have the ability to think and has lost all sentience. Jesus Christ. Anyone and everything that comes close to her will completely disappear? What? Oh, actually this is stupid. I don't know why I'm typing this. I can't just copy paste it. Never mind. Anyone and everything that comes close to her will completely disappear. Through divination and other methods, it can be confirmed that they're still alive, but are impossible to locate. Currently, 1,825 methods have been attempted. Every one of them failed. 017's range of influence and contract without any pattern. Range of influence will expand and contract without any pattern. Currently, it has caused more than 70 researchers to vanish. Warning, she cannot be used. Appendix 1. The sealed artifact first appeared in the Pale Era of the 4th Epoch. Exact year, missing. Date, missing. Location, missing. Appendix 2. Based on the information, she has been awakened 5 times. Hold on. This artifact has only been used 5 times in an entire epoch? Or like ever since it's been discovered, rather? Oh, this is so cooked. Another doll from Bloodborne? True! True. Lady Maria. By passing on the message to search for Ince Zangwill, for the Ince Zangwill imposter, Klein, with the help of divination, overcame the interference of the Master Key and ran all the way to the exit given to him from the revelation. Don't you find the power of 017 familiar? The power to make anything disappear that comes close? No? Tonight, Azek joins the hunt. True. He knew very well that with a carpet-style search, the corpse in the empty room would soon be discovered, so he had to race against time to get out of here. A Faceless's power should be matched with a mystical item that can destroy corpses and clean up my tracks. Having gained true knowledge from practice, it didn't take Klein long to cross the checkpoints and patrolling teams before he arrived at the exit. However, what made him even more surprised was that there were no guards, only a heavy stone door standing there by itself. What's going on? Why is there no one guarding the exit? Was my divination misguided, or are the guards outside? As his thoughts raced, Klein found a corner and took off his armor, restoring his light weight and agility. Then he came to the stone door that opened outwards and groped his way to the corner of the left wall. I've never seen groped used in that sense. It's always used in a worse sense. After carefully checking with a gold coin, Klein took out the ancient bronze key, leaned against the door, and gently twisted it. Water ripples appeared as they spread out. Klein silently passed through the door. Klein silently passed through the wall without taking the door. The first thing he knew was the natural light that fell from the dome, which meant that this place was really an exit. Klein carefully stood motionless. As he quickly adapted to the light, he saw neat but mottled gray stones under his feet and thick pillars in front of him. In the middle of the hall, 4 hooded figures knelt around what appeared to be an altar. Soon after, Klein heard a soft but gentle voice. "Mr. A, are you ready?" $4.75. Lady Despair. Whoa. Music change, right? Hold on. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Kami. Vanitas. Okay. Enough. We're fine. Mr. A from the Aurora Order? Klein, who had intended to cling towards the wall in shadows and proceed to the door, shrank back silently. Ince Zangwill should be working with some faction of the royal family. Those who are able to excavate and hide such a large underground ruin near Backland must be one of the main powers in the Lone Kingdom. Next chapter, Path of Pain, when you get to Eastborough. Okay, sounds good. With Ince Zangwill and 008 participating in this manner, the Church of the Goddess can be ruled out. Although the people of the Lord of Storms are a bit reckless and male chauvinists, it's unlikely they will work with this with the Demoness sect. At least until now, there have been no Beyonders who appear to be of the Sailor pathway. In the same way, Church of Steam and Machinery aren't likely suspects. Even the Aurora Order is involved. What are they trying to do? Klein... Okay. Klein leaned against his back against the wall and slowly breathed, thinking and listening to the conversation. After a short period of silence, a hoarse voice said, "It's done." The voice was so concise that Klein couldn't make out what they were saying. The melodious and pleasant voice from before laughed. "You don't seem to trust me very much." "That's right," Mr. A answered. "Then I'll be frank and describe our goals on why I'm seeking your cooperation." The gentle female voice didn't sound angry at all. "We've done certain things and left behind clear traces. Before we're discovered by the Church of the Evernight, Storm, and Steam, as well as the military, we must do the corresponding cleanup, and that needs your help." "Yes, it seems like you don't really understand what I mean. So let me give you an example. Imagine you perform a heinous crime like a murder. What's the best way of eliminating the evidence and clues?" "There's no need for that. It's our goal to have other witnesses to such an act," Mr. A said. "They're all a bunch of lunatics." Klein made a preliminary identification of the man speaking to Mr. A. He made a preliminary identification of the speaking man to be Mr. A, who killed the ambassador. "Suppose it were me, not you," the clear, soft female voice said. After a second, Mr. A replied, "Burn the house down and bury all the clues there?" Dude, this guy's out of his fucking mind. "That's exactly what we planned. I'm in charge of committing arson, while you can use this opportunity to go with the development to create a passageway or vessel, so as to allow your lord to descend upon this world." It was fun, but I just sleep early. Alright, thanks for popping by, DSV. Alright. "And the only price you have to pay is to bear all the infamy and gain the most enmity from the military and the three churches. But I don't think you would mind." Did you go somewhere tomorrow morning? Alright, sounds good, Zareth. Thanks for popping by, man. "As long as we can welcome the return of the Lord, even if we're abhorred by every single force, we won't show any sign of cowardice." Mr. A's tone no longer appeared indifferent and indistant. "Arson. The Aurora Order will take this opportunity to complete the ritual of the true creator. This is probably the third time. Why did I bump into them? Why did I bump into them again? What a fucking bad of fate. What a bad twist of fate. My God, I'm actually having a stroke. At this very moment, he was very curious and wary against the things that were plotted by this particular royal family faction. Ince Zangwill and the Demoness Act. It was terrifying enough to even use the descent of the true creator as a scapegoat. Perhaps they've kept some cards up their sleeves and will eventually destroy the Aurora Order's ritual in the end and destroy all the other factions amongst themselves. It appears like you have no other questions, said the gentle female voice. This place is sufficiently well hidden and can be used for the required setup. You can do your ritual here at ease, and won't need to worry that it'll be interrupted before you succeed. As for the things outside, we've already finished our preparation a long time ago. It's just awaiting the ignition of a spark. If you still have doubts, then you can make another round of checks. Just as Mr. A was about to enter, the door opened. Who permitted you to enter? Didn't I declare that no one is to approach this area? The female voice suppressed her rage. Lady Despair, there is an emergency. Someone has infiltrated the basement. The higher-ups sent me to arrange for a follow-up and close the corresponding passage. The so-called Lady Despair maintained her smile for a few seconds, as though she was communicating with an unknown existence to confirm the situation. So Lady Despair is clearly talking to the true creator. Finally, she said, "Go back inside. Don't come out again. Do not allow anyone out. Wait until further notice." Yes, Lady Despair. I can fix Lady Despair. Yes, she will bring you despair. From the place where Klein was hiding, he could clearly see that the stone wall leading to the back area. He waited for 7 or 8 seconds before a figure of normal height and build appeared. The man took a deep breath, stretched out his hands, and bared his teeth as he pushed open the heavy stone door. Wood. Okay. In that instant, Klein had completely taken in the man's appearance and characteristic without missing a detail. That was the power of a Faceless. Chat horny jail. Dude, unironically, what is up today? The man's skin was reddish brown, and he was clearly of the southern continent. Descent. His facial features had no special characteristics, making it difficult to remember him. Due to him gritting and baring his teeth, he revealed a portion of his teeth. A third tooth on the upper left corner of his mouth flickered with a golden light. It was a fake tooth. This. Klein's, with the spiritual intuition of a seer, frowned as he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Very quickly, he used all his skills to recall the source of familiarity. The Hanged Man had once requested the Tarot Club to find a man with a reddish-brown skin and a thick Backland accent who was missing his third tooth on the left. The man's name was Balin. He was involved in the escape and disappearance of many colonial island slaves. Am I gonna get confirmation on one of my theories here soon? Oh my god! If this gets confirmed. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I'm going to do something. At this moment, the man in front of Klein was almost identical to the Balin that was described by the Hanged Man. The disappearances of the colonial island slaves. The many tributes of the southern continent vanishing into thin air. Balin's appearance here. Capim, who took a large share of the underground slave trade, was protected by 4 Beyonders suspected of the Arbiter pathway. Among them, the strongest was a sequence 6 and 5. Capim constantly targeted relatively innocent girls in his abductions. Which 20 chapter stream if you're there? No. 7 hours? 7 hours at perfect, so like really 8.5, 9 hours? You're out of your fucking mind. If it gets confirmed, do you cosplay Audrey? No. The many tribes of the southern continent vanishing into thin air. Backland's appearance here. No, sorry, I've already read this. The passing of the Grain Act, the improvement of the textile machine, all resulted in a number of people losing their jobs. Many female textile workers silently left Eastborough after receiving new jobs, not leaving any clues. Why did you hesitate? Shut up! The scattered dots instantly formed a line in Klein's head. What are they up to? Why do they need so many people and so many pure and innocent girls? A ritual? An extremely terrifying ritual that takes a long period of time while being held in secret? Do an Amon cosplay? If I was to do one, I would probably do a ASIC one. Creak. Bang. The stone door closed and Backland disappeared from his sight. The hall was silent for a few seconds before Mr. A's deep and hoarse voice rang out again. I smell an accident. Let's begin. We need to hurry before it arrives. What is it? That's exactly what I was thinking, Lady Despair responded. But I need you to help. But I need you to send me to Eastborough. Eastborough? Klein had a bad premonition. No problem, Mr. A answered. Under the hood, a transparent and blurry figure appeared in front of him. Accompanied by a distant and indistinct chant, he said, I came, I saw, I record. So this is of the apprentice pathway, cause Force's teachers had the same thing, and he's of the apprentice pathway because he's of the Abraham family. The book quickly flipped open and stopped at one of the pages. Soon after, it began to emit a light blue and illusory light. The light enveloped the white-robed Lady Despair, causing her figure to blur at first, and then becoming indistinct. In an instant, Lady Despair saw countless indescribable silhouettes. She discovered lustrous brilliances which contained the bright and pure splendor of endless knowledge at the highest point. The one that belonged to the old man who died. Force's teacher didn't say that. The book he gave said that? Okay, well, yeah, okay, so, okay. Her body was being dragged forward by a strange force as she rapidly tore through space. Not long after, she left her original spot and arrived at a secluded, uninhabited, filthy corner of an alley. She pulled down her veil to cover her face and looked up in the sky. The afternoon sun had once again been obscured by the clouds and fog. The light yellow fog wasn't particularly thick. It sank down to every corner of Backland, giving a slightly choking sensation. Even the fucking fog here is zesty. Ooh. It's a pity that the smog doesn't reach the point where it's in the worst and calmest state. The accident that happened to Trissy, the sudden temporary loss of control over 008, the appearance of Azek, the destruction previously caused by the Black Emperor. These had complicated matters which garnered the attention of others. It forced the operation to be brought down to today. Lady Despair surveyed. She walked out of the alley. Her steps were slow, as though she was wandering in a sea of fog. Wherever she passed, the fog would unnoticeably thicken, tinged with a black iron color. It lowered the range of one's visibility. As she left the street, a sallow-faced tramp in an old jacket suddenly coughed violently and fell to the ground. The two poor people close to the tramp retreated in horror, and they covered their throats with their hands as they gasped for air. It was as if they were suffering from severe lung disease or bronchitis and could no longer breathe. A smog? Wait, hold on. I feel like Kami told me to change music when we got to the East Borough. Am I losing this? Am I losing it? Remember Roselle Diary, but the sequence that spreads plagues? Oh, yes. Kami, what song am I putting on right now? But there's a later part, so keep this for now. Oh, I see. Okay. A small fog. A small fog, which was the mixture of iron black and pale yellow, descended upon the East Borough, the dock area, and the smoke-spewing factory district. Various scenes in the distance were drowned, and even the towering clock tower was only a pale shadow. One by one, workers and poor people felt the discomfort as they fought against the cold, and the disorderly tramps fell one after another in the woman's wake. Lady Despair's expression was calm and gentle, as though she was finishing a work of art. Like an ordinary person, she walked through the pedestrians as she chuckled. The Lone Kingdom's history will remember this great day. The Great Smog of Backland. The dark valley had been completely covered by the black, incorporeal water, but 008 didn't stop writing. It fabricated ridiculous and terrifying stories wherever it could land its tip. The dropping pants didn't affect Ince Zangwill's performance because he was wearing a long robe, perhaps having anticipated a similar accident. So it is literally canon now that Ince, before preparing for his fight with Isaac, was like, my pants may fall down. We're cooked. The imperative mage stunned Isaac in the spot, robbing him of his two most powerful Beyonder powers at the last moment. Truly, a great assistant in every meaning of the word. However, the stacked door in the spirit world and the underground were attracted by Isaac's characteristic. It began being stirred by the powers of their battle, causing unpredictable changes. At that moment, an unknown existence was attracted, resulting in him passing by. He took this opportunity to extend his hand into the real world. Oh no. He caught Ince Zangwill. Who the fuck is he? What am I reading? In midair, two bloody arms, which were covered in squirming flesh, suddenly appeared behind the clergyman-robed Ince Zangwill. They caught Ince Zangwill's shoulders, dragging him into the void and into the spirit world. However, the stacked door of the spirit world and just a random high-level spirit creature. It can't be if this. It can't just be random. Could it be the sequence 0 of Isaac's pathway, or maybe not a sequence 0, but like a higher being or whatever of Isaac? Well, I guess a higher being would be a god, which would be a sequence 0, I guess, of Isaac's pathway came to help him. .476, the Strawman. Path of pain when we get back to Eastborough. Okay, sounds good. One of the best chapter titles in Lord of the Mysteries. The Strawman? Alright. Light suddenly faded from where Ince Zangwill disappeared, staining the area with the richest and deepest darkness. Oh, whoever Ince's fucking friend is now is fucking cooked. Oh, he's so cooked. In the darkness, the sounds of a melodic chanting could be heard. It was quiet and tranquil, hypnotic even. Even the countless pale arms flailing upwards underneath the pitch-black water seemed to slow down. One Piece reference, I don't care. No longer as frenzied as before, as if they had won redemption for their soul. In such a dark night, a figure walked out. It was none other than Ince Zangwill, who had just been dragged to the spirit world. Compared to before, he had lost the bonnet on his head, the clothes on his left shoulder were tattered, and a piece of flesh had been torn off. Faint yellow pus bubbled out, one after another. God, no, I'm so fucking glad he got pulled away, because Isaac would have killed this motherfucker, and he's Klein's to kill. You understand? You can't fucking die until Klein kills you, bitch. His eyes were no longer indifferent, but filled with pain, as if he was suffering some unimaginable torment. 008 continued writing. Man, the quill really hate... Wait, could it be that the quill can be used by others, but as a sort of divine punishment for writing the fate of others, which a human is not meant to do, the quill will write only bad shit about you? Oh. Some might feel regret, while others might rejoice. Ince Zangwill had the umbilical cord of an evil god which came from the baby in Magos's womb. It was the true creator. It was from the true creator, and through the umbilical cord he successfully escaped the restraints of the unknown existence, and forcefully retreated to the real world. But as a result, he had lost that mystical item. Oh, he lost the umbilical cord now. In addition, he would suffer the ear of evil god spawn from being failed to descend for a short period of time. The ire? What is the ire? Anger. Oh, I see. Pants falling down seems like a decent trade-off. Really? The side effect of the quill, it writes the user to death. Oh! It's kind of like the Death Note in that sense, like the whole users of the Death Note will be killed by their shinigamis or whatever. Not quite the same, but roughly. This made his strength appear like some kind of commodity in a department store during the changes of season, with only 55% left. Yes, this number is extremely accurate. Wait, hold on. So this means that he is currently... Does that mean Ince is currently at 55% of his overall strength right now? Is the umbilical cord a Bloodborne reference? Everything is a Bloodborne reference. But yeah, probably. Now we are at... Path of Pain. Path of Pain. The quill already killed him socially by his pants dropping? True. It killed him in a more spiritual sense, it took away his soul. In a street in the depths of the East Borough, Old Kohler hurried back to his rented apartment, carrying some ham in a paper bag. If this bitch kills Old Kohler, she's going on the list, okay? He looked around warily, afraid that those ravenous wolves around him would pounce on him and steal his New Year's gift. He had seen wolves back when he was still in the countryside, but due to his surprise, he was able to experience that familiar feeling in Backland. It's still too expensive. I can only split the cost with someone else and cut it into pieces. Well, this is enough for the New Year's holiday. I can eat 2 slices of ham for every meal. No, 3. No, 5. I can cut some of them and stew them together with potatoes. I don't even need to add salt. With this in mind, Old Kohler looked at the ham in his hands, seeing the white spots mixed with the red meat. He couldn't wait. As he walked, he felt the fog around him grow thick. Oh, God. Can you guess the... I don't know. She's got to be a high sequencer, I would assume. She's got to be. She's literally killing people by her existence. This is crazy. As he walked, he felt the fog around him grow thicker. The cathedral clock tower that was still relatively clear in the distance was beginning to be swallowed by the mixture of iron black and pale yellow colors, and the pedestrians around him began to be reduced to blurry shadows. Why does the fog smell so bad today? He muttered. 1, 2, 3. Old Kohler felt his face heat up and his forehead start to burn. His chest tightened and his throat felt uncomfortable. Have I fallen ill? Damn it. I still want to have a good New Year's. And now, I can only send my savings to the clinic or the hospital. No. Maybe I'll be okay with some sleep. I'll be fine sleeping with a blanket over me, Old Kohler muttered. He heard his own labored breathing, and his hands went limp as the bag of ham fell to the ground. Old Kohler instinctively bent down to pick it up, but he ended up falling to the ground. He held the bag of ham and tried to keep it in his arms. Oh, come on. Come on. The old guy can't even die after eating some fucking meat. Come on. God, this world is so dog shit. Why does it suck for everyone? Let the old man have some ham, god damn it. At this moment, he thought there was thick phlegm rushing up to his throat, blocking it, so he fought back, making panting sounds. Old Kohler began to see through his spirit vision that a few steps away, someone else had also fallen ill. They were about the same age as him, in his 50s. Suddenly, he understood he was about to die. It reminded him of his wife and children, who, like him, suddenly got infected with the plague and shortly died. It reminded him of the time he had been hospitalized. It reminded him of the friends he had known as a tramp, many of which had disappeared over the course of the winter, until they were found stiff under a bridge or some spot sheltered from the wind. This reminded him of the days he was still a decent worker, when the neighbors in his neighborhood would suddenly die like this. Some of them died from headaches, some from accidental falls, some from all sorts of pain. This reminded him of what he had heard from a drunk in the bar. People like us are like straw on the ground, falling when the wind blows. It's even possible to fall on our own without the wind. The wind is coming, Old Kohler suddenly thought. He clutched his bag of ham tightly as he groped the pocket of his old jacket for the crumpled cigarette he had been unwilling to smoke. What he couldn't understand was why his healthy body suddenly became ill. What he couldn't understand was the reason for him suddenly collapsing, just as his life was back on track, moving in a direction that was sufficiently good for him. Furthermore, he had been paid in advance by the detective to buy his long-awaited ham. This bitch. Okay, she is on the list. We are killing her. Old Kohler fished out that crumpled cigarette, but he no longer had the strength to lift his arms as they slammed to the ground. He used the last of his strength to shout out the words he had been building up inside him. He asked himself, why? Fuck! God damn it, Cuttlefish, you piece of shit! Okay, this woman, Miss Despair. She's going on the list. I don't know who Chris Jericho is. Walls closing in when we get back to Klein. Okay. In an apartment at the edge of the East Borough, if Liv dies and her kids die, I'm gonna lose my fucking... Liv hung up the last piece of clothing she had washed and waited for it to dry. She looked at the sky outside, somewhat unsure of the time due to the thick fog. Anyway, it's still early. We've already got all the laundry done. It wasn't a good thing to finish the work early. It didn't mean they could rest. It meant not having enough work and inadequate income. Liv took a deep breath and turned around and looked at her eldest daughter, Freya, who was wiping her hands and casting her gaze towards the vocabulary book. It's almost New Year's. Most of the clients have left Backland and have gone on vacation. We can't go on like this. We have to find new work. During this period, the rich will host banquets one after another. They definitely won't have enough servants and might hire temporary kitchen cleaners. I plan on inquiring. Freya, you stay at home and pick up Daisy when the time comes. We need income, but so do the thieves and bandits. In the East Borough, every woman who didn't work in the factory had to be skilled or aggressive enough to survive. Freya answered, "All right." Her mind was already on the desk and vocabulary notebook next door. Liv had just opened the door when she stumbled and fell to the floor. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. They're just... I can't get involved with anyone in this piece of shit fucking thing. Everyone dies. I can't get like emotionally connected to any character. She broke into a violent cough as her face flushed red and every joint in her body experienced unbearable acne. Or acne, what the fuck? Everyone dies, including me? Fuck, yeah, just, holy fuck. Okay, everyone stop saying the quote. Mother, what's wrong with you? It's nothing, I'm fine. No, you're sick. I'll take you to the hospital. It's too expensive. Too expensive. Let's go to the charity hospital. I can wait. It's not a big deal. Freya burst into tears and her vision suddenly blurred. But at that moment, she felt her lungs burn and her body went limp as she fell to the ground with Liv. Leave your emotions before you start reading. What's the matter with you, Freya? You're sick too? Liv shouted. There's money in the closet. You have to be quick. Go to the hospital. Get a good doctor. If that isn't indicative of like a good parent, she's like, no, I can wait. I can go to the charity hospital, but you go to the hospital and get a good doctor. Freya tried to say something, but no, not a sound came from her mouth. It was their bedroom, their bunk beds. On top of it was her favorite table and her textbook, or vocabulary notebook. Her body suddenly began to twitch. Liv's coughing stopped. Within the public elementary school at the edge of the East Borough, the fog still wasn't thick, but many students had already begun to cough. The experienced teacher on duty said, "Quick, to the cathedral. We need to head to the cathedral next door." Daisy stood up in a panic and ran with the crowd to the cathedral next door. Her heart palpitated as she felt the horror of losing something important. Mother. Freya. Daisy turned her head, wanting to rush home against the crowd, but she was stopped and forcibly dragged to the cathedral. She kept screaming at the top of her lungs. Mother, Freya. Yeah, we're gonna kill this bitch. That bitch is on the list. In the East Borough, the dock area, the factory district, the old or those with latent ailments collapsed in the fog in succession, like felled trees, while those who came into contact with them felt as if they had been infected by the plague. They quickly died, and even the able-bodied adults also felt unwell. In their eyes, the light yellow and iron-black fog was like the descent of death. On the Tuesday of the last week of 1349, Backland was shrouded in smog. Okay, well, it's closing in now. In the corner of the hall, Klein pressed himself against the stone wall so that he wouldn't be discovered. Soon he heard muffled groans, and could smell the scent of flesh and blood. "Give your lives for the Lord," Mr. A's voice sounded. The sound of figures collapsing near entered Klein's ears, and with a strong spirituality fluctuation appeared, and constant reverberation. Mr. A sacrificed his 4 attendants? Just as the thought appeared in Klein's mind, illusory layers of weeping and sounds could be heard. Some of them were calling out for their mother, others violently coughing, and others moaning in pain. As half of the expert in mysticism, Klein seemed to see a series of disgruntled and transparent figures entering the ritual one after another, followed by the years of numbness, despair, pain, and resentment in the dock area, factory area in the East Borough. Has it officially begun? Klein closed his eyes and leaned his back against the wall. For him, the best thing to do at this moment was to slip out of the hall and flee into the distance. His right hand loosened and tightened before relaxing many times. 7 or 8 seconds later, Klein opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth curled up in an exaggerated manner. He reached out his hand to grab his revolver and turned around abruptly and dashed out. Dressed in his black, double-breasted frock coat, he raised his right hand and aimed at the altar. Is he going to try to kill Mr. A? Even after death? I know, even their souls can't rest in peace. They're like, no, 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 no. You haven't suffered enough, motherfucker. Oh my god, that is crazy. I think Romero just sacrificed himself. The first thing Klein saw was the altar, which was surrounded by layers of light and the tall, thin figure standing in it. The figure took off his hood, revealing a beautiful, devilishly feminine face with a left chest, shoulder, abdomen, and thighs covered in squirming, sticky, disgusting flesh and blood. This isn't Mr. A, right? Who the fuck is this? His surroundings were filled with illusory, transparent shadows that brimmed with feelings such as numbness, despair, pain, and depression. Beyond the altar, the 4 figurines which were praying had fallen. Their skins were shriveled and their bones tightly wrapped, like corpses that had been eroded for many years. At the top of the hall, rays of light pierced through the air, quickly entering the altar through the stone pillars, floor, and air that were filled with symbols and magic labels. As soon as Klein emerged from the hidden space, Mr. A opened his eyes and looked in the direction. His pupils were dyed with blood, and an extreme madness that was contained within his cold eyes. If it was any other Beyonder, they would have subconsciously looked away, not daring to look in his eyes. But Klein, who had faced EBS and the blasphemer Amon, wasn't afraid. Calmly pulling the trigger, he sent a silver demon-hunting bullet flying towards the altar. Witnessing the scene, Mr. A subconsciously wanted to raise his hand, but he stopped. He watched indifferently as the bullet drilled into the layers of light. Silently, the patterned demon-hunting bullet melted and disappeared under the layers of radiance, engulfed in untold resentment and negative emotions. The fucking bullet just disintegrated? First of all, I don't know what the fuck Klein was doing thinking shooting at an altar. Bro, shoot at Mr. A. What are you shooting at the altar for? He's the one praying. If you kill him, the fucking ritual stops. Klein's pupil shrank as he shot the rest of the revolver's bullets. The pale golden bullets and bronze, the pale golden purifying bullets and the bronze exorcism bullets shot out, piercing the radiant barrier one after another, but they all disintegrated in the same manner. Mr. A laughed. "It's no use, puny worm. Stand aside for my arrival, worm. The ritual has already begun. With your strength, it cannot be broken or interrupted, even if you're a sequence 5 Beyonder. But you are also fortunate. You will live to witness the coming of our Lord and be integrated to his body." With that, Mr. A ignored Klein and closed his eyes, as if he was indeed nothing but a pure worm. The shepherd raised his hands and said in ancient Hermes, "The Lord that created everything, the Lord that reigns above the curtains of shadows, the degenerate nature of all living beings, your devout believers pray for your coming. I am willing to offer my body as a vessel to bear the burden of your great will." Amidst the prayer, light from an unknown source appeared above Mr. A's head, completely enveloping him. The grievance and negative emotions that were gathered around Mr. A surged into his body like a tidal wave. Klein snapped his fingers repeatedly and used flame controlling, trying his best to attack the altar, but they still couldn't resist being disintegrated against the barrier of light. See, I told you, if he just fucking shot at Mr. A, he might have had a chance. What can I do? All my other items are above the grey fog. To take them out, I need to hold a ritual, which would waste a minute or two. What do I do? Furthermore, whether it was the sun brooch or the biological poison bottle, none of them seemed capable of breaking through the altar's barrier. Wait, hold on. Oh, for fuck's sakes, you're kidding me, right? Oh, my mouse might be dying. Fuck. Mirror clearly lost control, made him head is waiting for Miss Justice's call for reinforcements the only thing I can do? Or do I just helplessly watch as the true creator descends? As he considered each and every item on his body, his palms unconsciously broke out in cold sweat. Then he suddenly thought of something. Without having the time to think of the consequences, he reached into his pocket and grabbed something that felt metallic. Klein took a few steps forward, jerked his arm hard, and threw the object onto the altar. With a flash of bronze, the object entered the barrier of light. It was the master key. Whoa. The master key kind of Okay, it makes sense. It can enter through anything, so that makes sense. Within the barrier of light, the brass master key began to decompose and melt. When its outer shell disappeared, the curse that was hidden within it appeared, connecting to the unknown area where Mr. Door was. What? What? Hold on. So he threw the master key. Makes sense. It broke through, no problem. It disintegrated from the light and the negative emotions and whatever. Okay, hold on. So it disintegrated, no problem. What the fuck does it mean that the curse that was hidden appeared? What does this mean? What? Remember, Master Key was formed from an Abraham member that lost control in the full moon due to Mr. Yeah, no, I get that, but what does it mean? No, I remember the curse, bro. That's fine. But what does it mean that the curse appeared, connecting to the unknown area where Mr. Door was? The curse of yeah, what does that mean? In the Empress Borough, the opulent villa of Earl Hall. Holy fuck, dude, I get Audrey's rich. Do you need to tell me their villa is opulent every fucking time? Audrey stood by the full-length window and worriedly looked into the distance. The curse and the key created a connection between the door and the true creator's descent ritual. True's corruption is strong enough to disrupt the ritual. Oh, okay. She saw that the fog on the horizon was gradually thickening, turning into a pale yellow that was dyed iron black. There's something wrong with that. The huge golden retriever, Susie, sat beside her and looked at the commonly seen haze. Yes. I hope it can be stopped in time. Audrey didn't know what the fog represented. She silently prayed to the goddess and the fool that they wouldn't let the primordial demoness descend. Suddenly, she noticed that the branches outside the window were beginning to shake and the glass was slightly rattling. A wind is coming. Audrey felt inexplicably happy. Sherwood Borough, Holy Wind Cathedral. Terrifying storms that were visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared out of it, and then they surged towards the east in an unimaginable hurricane. How strong do you think Mr. Door is? I would assume high angel level would be my guess. I guess angel is high. So like sequence 1 would be my guess. Terrifying storms that were visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared outside of it, and they surged towards the east in an unimaginable hurricane. Is this the... I was gonna say, is this the Spellsinger of God, but he's not the head of the Backland diocese anymore, so who the fuck is this? Church of Stone finally on time to protect the... Exactly, yeah, they're like, the poor, fuck them. Oh my god, they're attacking the opulent villa of Earl Hall. Real shit. The thick, accumulated fog was blown away, and the rich yellow and iron-black colors quickly faded away. The dried branches fell to the ground as dust and dirt rose into the air, following the fog into the distance. Many of the pedestrians had their hats separated from their heads, and their bodies swayed so much that they had to hold on to the trees. The sailors in the dock area felt as though they had returned to the port city and were witnessing a typhoon. The smoke in the East Borough and the factory thinned, what the fuck? And the healthy population felt relieved of their slight discomfort. Lightning leaped and thunder rumbled. The Church of Storm has reacted rather quickly this time. It also has to do with us bringing the operation forward and not being fully prepared. Those in the middle class and the tycoons would have shared the same fate in this great smog as the commoners if it wasn't for the respected protection they received? They would all be lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The lady, Despair, sat on a rental carriage as she leisurely heard the pattern of the rain on the glass window. I'm actually having a stroke. Okay, like 5-minute break after this chapter. I need to rest. Even through... Even though her plans had been ruined in a timely manner, the haze from before had caused more than 20,000 deaths, according to her calculations. Furthermore, there'd be subsequent spread of the plague. So this lady probably just caused, like, if I'm being conservative, 25,000 people to die by the time it spreads. This is crazy. This is insane. I think it's 283, right, Justin? With this, I've pretty much digested most of my potion, but this is just the benefit I received as a matter of convenience. The large number of populations being wiped out. All this points to the Aurora Order and the true creator. No one could have guessed what the royal family really plans all along. It's time I leave, along with Trissy, the Lady Despair thought. Bro, what the fuck is her potion? Okay, what is her potion name that to digest it? She has to kill 20,000 people to mostly digest it. Her whereabouts were kept secretive, and she had taken care of everything beforehand. Therefore, she didn't have to worry about being surrounded by Backland's demigods at all. By the time they found traces of her, she would be far away. Just as Lady Despair was about to leave, her vision blurred and she saw a figure appear. The figure that sat across from her was a young woman in a hooded classical robe, with black eyes and hair, and a beautiful but dull face. She's clearly not acting well. Or she's acting really well, it kind of depends. After throwing out the master key, Azek's copper whistle, and Klein held Azek's copper whistle. Then he held his breath and waited for his results. Bro, Klein, Azek is already fighting 2 demigods for you, bro. What more do you want this man to do? What the fuck? If things failed to develop as he imagined, with the altar remaining intact, he planned on using Azek's copper whistle to see if he could get any help from the messenger. If that failed, he would go above the fog and use the items like the Black Emperor card. He had to attempt every possibility until the last second. At this very moment, there was no crimson moon, let alone a clear full moon since it was at the afternoon. Therefore, Klein didn't have enough confidence in the curse contained in the master key. He only hoped that the disintegration effects of the altar's barrier would threaten its very existence and cause it to react instinctively. In a second or two, Klein saw the master key disintegrate into the smallest particle of light and illusory distorted crimson. And an illusory distorted crimson. The crimson quickly faded as it struggled and then suddenly exploded. In an instant, Klein lost his sense of hearing. He saw the countless figures formed from resentment and indignation all raise their heads and scream. They all rapidly transformed, tinged with a blackish green, and grew a second skull, a third eye, or even a 5th leg. They converged into a torrent and surged into Mr. A's body. Are they just gonna overwhelm Mr. A and just straight up fucking nuke him? Soon after, the radiant layers of Mr. A suddenly opened his eyes, shock and disbelief evident amidst his indifferent blood-red eyes. Soon after, the radiant layers of light surrounded the altar, warped and collapsed. A huge explosion... Oh, for fuck's sakes. A huge explosion spread out from the center of the altar, setting off a terrifying storm. Crack! The 4 thick stone pillars closest to the blast instantly crumbled, and the distant Klein only had enough time to duck and roll before he was sent flying by the shockwave. He hit his wall, flattened into a thin sheet of paper. The subsequent wind quickly tore apart the thin piece of paper, scattering it in every direction. Klein himself reappeared in the corner, using the wall to withstand the ensuing shockwave. The destruction caused by the master key exceeded his imagination. Yeah, I would say hi, Angel. That's at this point. This guy's... Mr. A is definitely putting in some... Mr. Door is definitely putting in some work here. The curse that had been forcibly melted away really did an instinctive reaction as it transmitted Mr. Door's roar, the voice of the forsaken entity who was at least at the level of an angel. Let's go! Contaminated the resentment and numbed the despair needed for the ritual. As a result, the altar lost its balance and embarked on a path of self-destruction. The moment the blast calmed down, the Klein rushed out to confirm the results. The illusory figure and oppressive feeling in the air already vanished, leaving behind scattered remnants of the altar. Mr. A and his body leaning forward. As he knelt by the collapsed pillar, he was missing an arm, half a face, and a number of organs. His remaining eye was filled with deep-bone hatred. However, his wounds were quickly covered with squirming flesh. With a single glance, Klein didn't hesitate. For him, he had achieved the ultimate goal of foiling the true creator's descent. If he didn't leave now, as a sequence 6, he was going to share a dinner with the shepherd, Mr. A, to welcome the dinner. Or to welcome the new year. Bro, he's almost dead. You could kill him for sure. Have more faith in yourself, Klein. Okay. Alright, we'll go on a 5-minute break. I just need to make some coffee and stuff and rest my throat for 2 minutes, and then we'll go, okay? And we will finish Volume 2. Okay. Okay. We are so back. Okay. 478. 6 more chapters. By the way, it is 483, right? I don't remember. Like I have to read 483 for the ending, not end at 473. Okay, dope. Okay. Well, I have... Okay. Thank you for that, guys. The moment she saw the stranger appear in front of her, Lady Despair materialized a sharp crystalline ice spear and threw it at her target. The force of the recoil... using the force of the recoil, she attempted to break through the back of the carriage. You also need to read author notes. It's just, do you want me to read author notes right now at the end of, or not right now, but like as soon as I finish? Or do you want me to do that at the start of next stream? I don't really care either way, but just asking you guys. With regards to this sudden turn of events, she was puzzled at how this strange enemy who had suddenly appeared... on the contrary, she was very confused and perplexed as to how someone could find her concealed self so quickly. It was no less difficult than destroying a large city or teleporting directly from Backland to the southern continent. Can't wait. Do today. Okay, we can do now. Okay, fuck it. But a sequence 4, Demoness of Pleasure, or Demoness of Despair. Oh, but as a sequence 4, Demoness of Despair. So she's of the Demoness pathway that Roselle was referring to. Whoa. Okay. Hold on. Notes. Demoness of Despair. Bro, how do you go from Demoness of Pleasure to Demoness of Despair? God. You gotta pick a side, dickhead. So I guess at that point it's been confirmed that Demoness of Affliction is probably sequence 5 then. Okay, I'm gonna assume that's been basically confirmed then. Okay. Sequence 4, Demoness of Despair. Cool. Oh my god, we know so many more sequences. Now I have 6 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, I have 6, yes. Technically 7 if you want to count sequence 0, assumed to be Primordial Demoness. She had developed herself one step at a time from when she was an assassin. She knew that she couldn't afford to be distracted or spout nonsense at critical moments. It was too late to think about all these matters later. Therefore, she chose to attack directly and wanted to take the opportunity to leave. She could already imagine how strong the strange woman with black hair and eyes would be frozen in the layers of sparkling light left in the frosty wake of her ice spear's trajectory. She would have to struggle to break through the obstruction in order to have the strength to chase after her. Technically, she was not an assassin. He was. True. Wait, what was that thing that Roselle said about the pathway that brings about... what the fuck was their word used? I'm trying to think. She could have been a girl. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. Whatever. I was just looking for that. I was looking to confirm it in my notes, but I'll just remember it. By then, she definitely would have escaped from the street and blended into the crowd. However, the scene she was looking forward to didn't appear. As soon as the ice spear left her hand, it silently disappeared into thin air. Angel. The demoness's eyes narrowed as black flames suddenly surged from her body, spreading ailment in a bid to ignite everything around her, causing a large-scale fire. At that moment, her body trembled in a strange manner, and she froze on the spot. She saw her left hand disappear, 1 centimeter at a time, and it rapidly spread upwards in unstoppable fashion. Oh, this is the fucking... This is the sequence 0. She's literally just slowly disintegrating. In her eyes, the beautiful and lifeless eyes of the woman opposite her were dark and serene. You aren't... You're... The demoness of despair's words came to an abrupt halt. Her entire body was like a sketch that had been quietly erased, leaving no trace behind. Her final gaze was filled with fear and despair. The seat she previously occupied was empty, as though she had never sat in it. The beautiful woman with the lifeless expression pulled the hood of her classical robe, and her lips moved almost imperceptibly as her figure instantly disappeared. How does the angel move though? Like, how do you tell it, like, hey, go disappear that person? How do you command it? On the outskirts of the Empress Borough, on a trackless public carriage, Triss was sitting quietly in the corner wearing a veiled hat. Don't you mean Trissy? She didn't flee from the help of the river by going straight to the Tussock River. Nor did she head for the nearest railroad, as everyone thought she would. Her choice was to return to Backland. Only in this city with a population of over 5 million would they be, with all sorts of hidden factions and numerous beyonders, would they be able to help her escape the subsequent pursuit of the Demoness sect. At this moment, she felt tense, mentally constantly wary of the terrifying old butler, Funkle. Suddenly, her head spun, and when her vision returned to normal, she found herself having magically left the public carriage and was standing on the muddy road outside. Trissy's pupils constricted rapidly as she looked around. Then she saw the black figure in a classical robe, and she noticed the black eyes hidden in the shadows. For some reason, it was as if Trissy had returned to being an infant, so weak to the point of not being able to put up any resistance at all. Cold sweat dripped from her forehead as though her legs were trembling violently. She was unable to move. This is the scariest enemy I've ever faced. Even the high-ranking demoness I met previously didn't give me such a feeling. Am I gonna die here? Is this finally going to end after I persisted in escaping despite so many failings? A sense of despair and uncontrollable sadness filled Trissy's heart. Suddenly, a dim blue light flashed before her eyes, removing the curse of being unable to move. Trissy looked forward again, but there was no longer any traces of the terrifying figure. Everything that happened just now seemed like a realistic illusion. But when Trissy lowered her head, she was surprised to find that the sapphire ring on her left pinky had somehow shattered, losing all of its brilliance. The remains of the ring and the gem fell off one after another. So what it seems like to me is that the angel didn't kill Trissy, but it killed the part of the demoness inside her. The ring was probably something that was like materially bringing about the resurrection of the demoness or whatever. Resurrection's probably not the right word, but like the manifestation of the demoness, rather. Klein dodged and rolled around the collapsed stone pillar and the heavily injured Mr. A, who was in the process of healing, and he ran for the entrance opposite him. As for the characteristic fragment which were slowly gathering from the remains of the master key, he didn't even take a look at them, afraid he would give Mr. A enough chance to stop him. 017 is best girl. He was well aware that if he had all his mystical items on him and was well prepared, he wouldn't necessarily be a match for a shepherd, not to mention the fact that he was only equipped with Azek's copper whistle and 3 types of Beyonder bullets. He didn't even have a single match left. Even though Mr. A was seriously injured, Klein didn't dare to take the risk. He had heard that the Rose Bishop, the sequence prior to Shepherd, was extremely proficient in flesh magic. Its healing ability was in no way weaker to his ability of transferring his wounds. No Sharon slander? True. He pulled open the heavy door. The natural light outside shone in, and the clouds in the sky were tinged with thin yellow, and the sun was pale and dim. Klein rushed out and found that he was in the middle of a mountain. He was surrounded by towering mountains that made the area extremely hidden. He frantically ran around and wasn't even taking the mountain trail. Instead, with his skills as a clown, he ran down the steep slope, occasionally tumbling and occasionally swinging up the help of trees. He heard the crashing of the river. It was up ahead, just below him, but at that moment a strong gust of wind blew over, sweeping towards his back. Klein made a prompt decision. His knees buckled and he rolled to the side. The location where he was originally standing and the direction he was moving in had a deep ravine carved out by the wind blades. Wait, Dr. Z, I thought you were a force stan. He pointed his fingers, and immediately chunks of flesh flew out and swelled up in midair before suddenly exploding. Oh wait, Mr. A dropped out of the wind, his body still draped with a cape squirming with fresh blood. He pointed his fingers. Immediately, chunks of flesh flew off and swelled up in midair before exploding. Because you didn't know about 017? Oh, I see. So wait, is 017 still... Is she actually your best girl, or the best girl that I currently know about? Drops and bits of flesh and blood flew in every direction as Klein cartwheeled with his hands, dodging most of it before finding shelter behind a tree. The projectiles bored bloody holes through the huge tree. Traces of corrosion began spreading in every direction of the affected area. Back when Klein was... See, fucking Klein, he fucked up. Now he has to face the shepherd relatively more healed. Or he could have just... You currently know the real best girl only appears in C1. You're kidding. Come on. See, if he had just killed Mr. A back then, he would have been okay. But now he has to fight him much stronger. Back when Klein was running, he had already reloaded his revolver. He was about to raise his hand and shoot Mr. A in the eyes when he saw a deep darkness appear within them. All of a sudden, Klein knew that although the scenery around him hadn't changed, he had been forcibly dragged into a dream. He had once killed a nightmare. At least a nightmare at least. Klein maintained his consciousness and saw Mr. A phase to his side in a manner inconsistent with logic. Yeah, but he has to deal with him now. At least back then, Mr. A was missing half his face, a bunch of organs, one of his limbs. Right now, he's almost at full strength again, and he's real pissed. You want to rely on nightmares to scare me to the point of stopping my heart? A thought flashed in Klein's mind as he responded. This was his dream. The lucid him could conjure anything. Thus, a pure and dazzling golden sun appeared. A rose bishop can survive half his body? Missing, I get that. But I assume it would take him a little... he can heal in seconds? Okay, never fuck. Okay, just never mind. Just I don't know anything. Clear and blazing flames ignited everything in its surroundings in an instant. Klein imagined the scene where he first saw the EBS during the dream divination. Almost at the same time, he left the dream and heard a muffled grunt. Mr. A took a step back, 2 streams of blood flowing from the tip of his nose. The robe formed from flesh and blood began to slowly flow as though it was melting. Klein snapped his fingers and ignited the tree about 30 or 40 meters away. Beneath his feet, long withered weeds caught on fire, and the soaring flames enveloped his body. Mr. A's originally unmanly beautiful face suddenly turned even more beautiful and feminine. A crystalline and weightless ice spear materialized in his hand, and as he threw it towards the burning trees a few dozen meters away. Do you think Klein could have one-shot him? I mean, maybe. He was still healing. I feel like he could have just decapitated him. Unless you're going to tell me like a fucking zombie or whatever, they can just run around without their heads, like a fucking chicken. The tip of the spear became bigger and clearer, filling his eyes. Klein threw himself to the side as his body became covered with a thin layer of frost. The transparent spear then extinguished the flames, allowing the thick layer of ice to quickly spread in every direction. Klein, who was still midair, curled up into a ball, letting his body turn upside down. He stretched out his left hand and pressed onto the layer of ice. He once again rose in midair and left the cold world. However, the skin on his palm was frozen at the point of contact, resulting in him tearing off his skin with a rippling sound. Rolling to his feet, Klein reached into his pocket and pulled out the self-made slumber charm. Just as he was about to say the incantation, his nose started to itch and he sneezed. Achoo! His head ached and he kept sneezing, leaving him no strength to fight back. Demoness of ailment or demoness of... whatever. What was the sequence for now? Or demoness of despair. He was unfamiliar with this kind of experience. He knew that this was the beyonder power of a demoness of pleasure. Back then, he had relied on the use of charms to cause all parties to fall into a deep slumber. Relying on his uniqueness, he escaped the effects of the charm. But now, Mr. A had maintained a distance of 20 meters. However, Klein was no longer just a clown. His fingers could still move, his fingers that he could still move snapped and made a crisp snapping sound. In an instant, all the spider silk around him ignited, as if he was turning into a giant torch. Klein had just jumped out of the scarlet flame when he was sneezing, which was then followed by a fit of violent coughing. This automatically prevented the use of many beyonder powers. At this moment, the feminine gentleness of Mr. A's face disappeared, adding a more dignity to his loftiness. He stretched out his right hand and clenched it lightly. Klein suddenly had an inkling that if he ran, he would only be running in circles. Mr. A, who was wearing a blood-red robe, revealed a cruel smile, and an ancient book that was transparent and illusory appeared in front of him. I came, I saw, I record. Klein wanted to hide, but he was powerless. At that moment, he experienced in an unprecedented manner the power of a shepherd. It was truly worthy of being called comprehensive, most flawless, and most powerful beyonder sequence under the level of a demigod. Well, not quite. He can do the same. What the fuck is it? Sequence 6 of the reader path, we can do the same. Even if he hadn't made any preparations, with many mystical items being unstable, for him to be suppressed in such a state without being able to fight back implied that there were many problems. 479. The old butler, Funkel, was fleeing across the barren field of wilderness. He had lost his hat, his neatly combed grey hair flung in an unkempt manner, and the outer layer of his clothes were muddy. He paused for a moment, panting as he looked behind him. He felt slightly more at ease when he realized that there was no one around. However, when he turned his head and was about to change direction, a figure appeared in front of him. The figure wore a hooded classical robe. His face was dull and expressionless, while its black eyes were hidden in the shadow. Funkel's pupils constricted. He opened his mouth and tried to say a word in ancient Hermes. But to his surprise, his nose disappeared and his voice was gone. What the fuck? Shepherd can consume sequence 6 reader, but reader can't use the power of a shepherd properly. Why would you want to use the power of a shepherd properly? It makes you way more likely to lose your fucking mind. And if you get killed by a shepherd while being the reader, that's on you, homie. Get fucked, okay? You just got outworked, really. A look of despair appeared on his face. Then, like a stain in the void, his entire body was seemingly wiped clean with a cloth. Not a single trace was left behind. Wait, this is the angel again? Why is the angel killing the old butler of the prince? In the face of Mr. A's looming attack that spelled certain death, Klein was infected by an illness. His headache and fever made it difficult to use flame controlling or flame jump. At that moment, he couldn't even produce air bullets, for the fear of the unknown took over his mind. The clown's intuition of danger saw himself split into the smallest particle of light, perhaps taking away his chance of reviving. Yeah, please do, Milosh. In an instant, Klein reached into his pocket and took hold of an object. This was his answer to the most dangerous situation he could think of. The butler is definitely a collaborator in OP. Wait, why no art, Dr. Z? What the fuck? We've already been described what she looks like. No matter what kind of situation he was in, a magician had to be prepared to a certain extent, so he wouldn't panic in the middle of a battle. Without any stirring emotions, he saw through his spirit vision a geyser of white bones spewing out as they rapidly sketched out the appearance of a huge messenger with black flames burning in its eye sockets. At that moment, you will lose your mind. Who are you talking to right now? It better not be me. At that moment, the pages of the book in front of Mr. A stopped flipping, and the distant voice suddenly came to a halt. A misty green brilliance surged out, and the bone messenger that was almost 4 meters tall crumbled into countless specks of pure light. Klein did not just get Azek's messenger killed, did he? Azek would be so pissed. I mean, Azek wouldn't say anything. He's a nice guy, but still. Behind it, the force that had caused Klein to go in circles was the first to crumble. The figure in the black, double-breasted frock coat was then enveloped, turning into a statue made of yellow sand which was blown away by the wind. However, the scattered wind were white spots, as if they were shreds of paper that had been torn to the limits. A bone shield? Yeah, like, dude, he just killed Azek's messenger. Azek gave it to him as a favor, and this man said, fuck him. God. I mean, he was gonna die, but still, in principle. If it wasn't for the skeleton messenger blocking the blow for him, then he would have been able to suppress his ailments and use the paper figurine substitute. And after that ordeal, his illness worsened to the point of him almost losing all forms of resistance. At that moment, Mr. A, who had failed his fatal blow, suddenly coughed in a more violent manner than Klein. He fell to the ground in pain, blood frothing at the corners of his mouth. He coughed out a pile of fragmented organs and squirmed flesh. Then with great difficulty, he opened his mouth and attempted to lick them back into his mouth and forcibly consume them. What's going on? Klein was stunned. But that didn't stop him from resisting a cough, raising his right hand and aiming the revolver at Mr. A's head. At this moment, he vaguely understood something. While Mr. A's injuries could be treated, the impact and the backlash on his mind and spirituality couldn't be nullified. Mr. A should have switched to another Beyonder power to slowly heal, but he was driven by hatred. He forcibly suppressed his injuries and chased. Thus, after continuously using his Beyonder powers, his situation worsened and the latent problems flared up. The Rear Admiral also killed, one. Oh, true. It was a corpse. You can't get emotionally attached. I know, you can't even get emotionally attached to a fucking messenger. This world is a fucking prison, I tell you. Klein fired all the bullets in his revolvers. Bronze, pale gold, silver, beams of light quickly crossed the short distance between the two. Unfortunately, he was unable to control his sneezing and coughing during the process. The bullets all didn't hit Mr. A, only 2 of them did. And one of them drilled into his forehead and the other into his torso. Well, yeah, you dumb fuck. You don't fire 6 shots in a row with a revolver like that. You know what the fucking, the recoil looks like? God. This guy's been training? Idiot. A sizzling sound rang out, but Mr. A's head seemed to be boneless. It was just a combination of a pile of rotten flesh. This caused the pale golden-colored bullet to sink deep into his body. It quickly came to a stop and failed to deal lethal damage. All it did was emit a radiance of sunlight. Mr. A lifted his neck, and the flesh around the whole of his head writhed loudly. He wasn't dead, not even seriously injured. He was once the tenacious Rose Bishop. Path of Pain 481? Okay. I'm just gonna write it up here. Red Rose Bishop survivability greater than zombie. Like, dude, this is crazy. This motherfucker's unkillable. What does a high sequence Beyonder of that pathway looks like? Seeing this, Klein made up his mind. He turned around and ran, no longer making any attempts to attack Mr. A. As for Mr. A, he was panting, and when he lowered his head again, he licked the bits of fragmented flesh and organs he had coughed up. Rose Bishop can do a headless chicken. This is crazy. It looks like me. Amidst the wheezing and coughing, Klein ran in random directions, occasionally rolling. Finally, he fled to the edge of a cliff which was over 50 meters away. Beneath the cliff, the slightly turbid Tussock River surged incessantly. It was wide, but calm. Klein didn't hesitate and put strength into his legs and jumped. He plummeted, feeling the weightlessness of a free fall. His body tore through the air as he attempted to adjust his posture in midair, transforming into a standard diving motion. But wait, if the messenger's actually really truly dead, doesn't that mean Klein can no longer contact Azek through the whistle now? His ailment stopped in 3.5 flips midway, and the repositioning of his body and palms failed to be in the correct stance. With a splashing sound, he struck the water surface, reducing into a thin piece of paper. The figure quickly became moist, half sinking and half floating. At the bottom of the river, not far away, Klein's figure formed as it shivered a little. His clothes were already soaked, as were the remaining papers and bills in his wallet. "Bro, you only have 30 pounds! What are you doing?" After distancing myself from Mr. A, the ailment has abated, Klein thought. If his coughing and sneezing hadn't subsided at the last minute, he wouldn't have had the time to use the paper figurine, and would have suffered internal bleeding and instantly died. I don't think he would have instantly died, but I mean, if he says so. Of course, if he died in such a manner, he felt that he had a chance of being resurrected. While kicking his legs up to stay afloat, Klein created an invisible hollow tube in his mouth, allowing it to rise out of the water and bring him fresh air. This was the underwater breathing performance of a magician. Klein sucked in with his mouth and blew through his nose, not letting the turbid gas he breathed out pollute the pipe by directly entering the water. At the same time, he stealthily made his way to the shore, hoping to avoid Mr. A's subsequent pursuit. Unfortunately, this isn't a city. The powers of a Faceless can't be used effectively. Otherwise, once I break away, Mr. A definitely wouldn't be able to find me. This resulted in him thinking of a problem. This was the wind-controlling beyonder powers Mr. A previously had. Jumping on water from a height is equivalent to jumping on concrete? Yes, I do know. Over a certain height, it's equivalent to jumping on concrete. This is generally speaking, this belongs to the pathway of the Lord of Storm. For this pathway, apart from the wind, there's also water, which means they're especially effective for underwater activities. A shepherd is so all-rounded and terrifying. Klein's heart almost stopped beating as the thought flashed through his mind. He suddenly swam upstream, no longer concealing himself. As soon as he emerged from the water and approached the shore, he saw Mr. A's devilishly beautiful face, covered with fish scales and gaping gills. Oh my fucking god, would you just die already? Or leave him? This guy is unfucking believable, dude. Mr. A is unfucking believable. He has the persistence of a fucking cockroach. Mr. A, who was floating on the water surface in his bright red robe, had the corners of his mouth curled up. His eyes were filled with true hatred. "I can only fight. I'll try to hold out until the church's reinforcements arrive, or for Mr. Azek to escape his predicament." Without hesitation, Klein, who had regained reprieve from his ailments, raised his right hand and was ready to snap his fingers. At this moment, the two of them simultaneously looked at the sky as though it was an instinctive reaction. A feminine figure was quickly outlined. The figure was hooded and in a dark robe. Its eyes looked blankly at Mr. A. Then Klein saw Mr. A quickly erased as though he had become a pencil drawing, wiped out rapidly with an eraser. Oh my god, 017, my fucking goat. Leaving nothing but the look of indignation and despair amidst the blankness and madness etched into his mind. What kind of level is this? What kind of strength is this? The moment Klein thought about it, he saw the figure turn to look at him. It was a beautiful face, but it didn't have the slightest expression. Its black eyes were deep and dark, devoid of spirituality. The actual goat, dude. What the fuck? If it wasn't for her, Klein was almost certainly going to die there. Just as Klein's heart rapidly began beating, thinking that he would disappear without a trace, without a clue as to whether he could be resurrected, the corners of the woman's mouth lifted into a smile. What? She doesn't have any thoughts or sentience. Why is she smiling? A smile? Klein was stunned, wondering if he was dreaming. Before he could regain his senses, the figure instantly faded and disappeared from where he was. The sound of water splashing around him echoed in the air. Puzzled, Klein swam to the shore and got out of the water. Looking around, he found that this place was unusually remote. There were no roads or living people. Only the slightly turbid river water continued flowing in an unchanging manner. It ended just like that? Mr. A died? Who was that lady? She was so strong that Mr. A didn't even have time to scream. And she smiled at me. Smiled. Maybe it's a she? However, other than the figures at the level of a pope, how could there be angels walking on the ground from the 3 churches? Furthermore, a figure on the level of the Pope wouldn't be in Backland. After a moment of contemplation, he felt a sense of reality. She should be a powerhouse sent by the churches. She arrived in time to save me. If I hadn't informed Miss Justice ahead of time, they might not have taken such timely action. There would have been a high chance of me dying at Mr. A's hands. Yes, it also has to do with me persisting on, dragging the battle all the way until this moment. Not bad at all. The man Exile. The man with the gold mask pointed at Azek and threw his figure into the void. A spot no one knew. Exile. This is if the lawyer pathway then. The man with the golden mask pointed at Azek and threw his figure into the void, a spot no one knew. Then he turned around to face Ince Zangwill, who was looking at him with a frown. There's no time. We can't finish him off that quickly. We have to hide this area as soon as possible. Do you want the church to find out about our secret? The man with the golden mask said. Ince put away his doubts, nodded, turned to 008, which had stopped writing, and grabbed it. See, this is it. Like, hold on. It's like, turned to 008, which had stopped writing. So this makes me think there's got to be like a number. Which there's got to be like a, hey, for every word you write with the quill will write a word, or like 2 words, or what. Like there's got to be a ratio, right? So that and then probably it's like it generally writes negatively about the person wielding the quill or something. I don't know. Because it stops writing. It doesn't just continuously write. It just writes for a bit and then stops. Hold on. Why do you say lawyer? The last time Captain, you said the same thing, and you know they dropped arbiter characteristics? Oh, for fuck's sakes, they did drop arbiter characteristics. Never mind. I'm sorry, Dr. Z. Yes. I don't know why. Exile and like all these rules just make me think of lawyer for some fucking reason. I couldn't tell you why. His figure was somewhat faltering, by his legs were piled pants that were nearly ripped apart in the middle of the battle. Inside the Rose Manor, Prince Edisak sat by the full-length window with an abnormally vacant look in his eyes. Your Highness, please hurry. Edisak's eyes turned spirited as he took a breath. He picked up a revolver on the table, pressed it against his temple. Inside it was a bullet that obliterates spirit bodies. He turned his head and looked longingly out of the golf course and pulled the trigger. The prince just killed himself? Well, I guess in fairness, Trissy did warn him. Jesus Christ. Okay. No one is. Everyone will die, including me. Yeah. absolute cinema. That is crazy. All of this because Trissy had a bigger dick. In the hall where the prison, where the stone pillars had collapsed, a group of Nighthawks were wearing black trench coats and silk hats appeared around the altar. Not even a spirit body to channel. Yeah. The person leading the team was the Archbishop of the Evernight, Saint Anthony Stevenson. It was disrupted by someone, he muttered, without stopping and directly walked onto the stone door that led to the interior. Rich darkness surfaced as the stone door silently opened. Saint Anthony led some of the Nighthawks in as they delved deeper. Along the way, they didn't discover a single guard or anything of value. It was as if this place had been forcibly swept clean. Finally, they reached the room in the deepest recesses, but there was nothing but the walls and the stone pillars. The blue door of light, which was there when Klein left, was long gone. The lanterns in the Nighthawks' hands suddenly lost their light, and darkness enveloped the room. When everything returned to normal, they found the surrounding walls had somehow melted away. However, there was no hidden doors or tunnels behind them. Saint Anthony was silent for more than 10 seconds before saying, "Try divination. Search the vicinity." Walking through the pathless cliffs and forest, Klein was saddened to realize that he had apparently really fallen sick. The residual effects of Mr. A's beyonder power, combined with the fact that he was drenched during winter, gave him a shameful cold. Why is it shameful, bro? I have a cold too. Fuck you. However, he didn't dare to stop by to collect dry twigs to light a fire and dry his clothes and money. He was afraid that the beyonders of the church would find him. Even though he had already gained the endorsement of Stanton Isengard from the Hive Mind and obtained the status of a semi-official, this was a matter involving the primordial demoness's awakening and the true creator's descent. 2 cases of the highest order. Therefore, he was bound to be subjected to rigorous investigation, have tea sessions with the Hive Mind, Punishers, and Nighthawks to recount the whole process. There were 2 major pitfalls to this. One was that he knew people inside the Nighthawks, and although Detective Sherlock Moriarty looked different from Klein, making it impossible to identify via photographs, he had zero confidence if things were done face to face. 2. Because of similar pathways, Church of the Evernight wasn't very friendly to people and things related to death. Back in the Pale Era, at the end of the 4th Epoch, death had fallen under the siege of the 7 gods, and Sherlock had summoned a powerful descendant of death at a critical moment. This wasn't a problem that could be explained away easily. Sorry, I'm just going to put that sentence about the Pale Era in my notes really quickly. I don't know that's in my notes, but... That high-level powerhouse was rushing to deal with Ince Zangwill in 008, so she didn't have time to bother with a friendly small fry like me. But I can't be careless. I should flee when it's necessary. Yes, I can write to the Hive Mind when I have a chance, stating the second reason as to why I have to temporarily leave Backland. This way, I may still have a chance to work with them in the future. Of course, I have to secretly observe the Hive Mind and see if they have any strong enmity towards the descendants of the Death. I wonder how Mr. Isaac's doing. Perhaps Sherlock might be dead in official announcements. He sure lived up to his name and identity. As quickly as possible, Klein tried to find a small town and blend into the crowd while enduring the alternating fever and cold. Only in human society could the faceless powers be fully expressed. The woman who was working with Mr. A, she would be a demoness. She went to the East Borough. There must have been a large number of deaths over there. Oh, yeah, I can switch it for now because we're just walking. That is fine. Since I assume fights ended. Dude, I want to know what pathway that angel corresponds to. 017. What is this power? You can just erase people? Call me crazy. Okay, hold on. Quick theory, okay? Call me crazy. No spoil. Yes, please, no spoilers, okay? But call me crazy. Call me crazy. Weirdly enough, I think this angel, as much as I hate to say it because I really like this angel, I really hate this, is of the reader pathway. I would venture to take a guess. Okay? Because it kept saying that the people that she disappeared were erased. Okay? Erased like a piece of paper. If the sequence 9 is reader, it stands to reason that like a high sequencer like 4 or 3 might be like writer or something. Like if at the very start you can read the story with enough time, assuming that it logically follows, you should be able to write a story. And if you can write a story, then a writer can erase parts of a story. And then erase characters from that story, leading us back to here. Okay, no, wait, where's my fuck? What happened? Oh, okay. Then what about detective? We got detective? What about what's the detective pathway? Hold on. Oh, then what about detective? Oh, true. Oh. I don't know. So you're saying reader, then detective, then writer? Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. Although I guess logically speaking, that doesn't track. But I mean, I don't know. The names of sequences are really fucked. Okay, they don't logically follow until you see the whole thing. When you see them when you see all of them, you can find the corresponding like link between them. But like, there's no clear, like, it doesn't just follow in a line. It's just like zigzagging everywhere. Do you still think Sung Jin-woo can survive this? You don't want my answer to this, Nagito. The woman there, at this moment, all the colors in front of his eyes turned saturated, as if they were sprinkled with oil by a deity. The feeling was over instantly, and Klein found himself far from where he had been. The bronze-skinned, soft-featured Azek appeared next to him. Mr. Azek, are you unhurt? I am. But to an undying, this isn't a big problem. Klein calmed down. What happened to Ince Zangwill in 008? Ince is still alive, and he still wields that artifact, Azek said as he walked. What a pity. Don't worry about it. He was severely injured, Isaac said solemnly. And most importantly, we know that he was secretly cooperating with the royal family, so we don't have to worry about being able to find him in the future. This way, you can focus on improving yourself. And I can also go to a few places that I've recalled to awaken more memories. Your luck isn't bad. I've been secretly observing the people from MI9 and the royal family to confirm Ince Zangwill's whereabouts. One of the most important places was the Red Rose Manor, so I've always been wandering in the area. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to rush over to save you so quick. Tell me all the names of the spectator pathway you know? Sure. And it's not much. I think I just know like the first 3 or 4. Spectator, telepathist, psychiatrist. Yeah, that's it. Klein immediately felt a little awkward when he said, "Mr. Isaac, aren't you puzzled as to why I didn't die? I often wake up after entering a coffin as well. This is something that I previously recalled," Isaac said. "And in my incomplete memory, although it's rare, it's not without precedence." He wakes up after entering a coffin often? like Tuesday afternoon, he goes to a bar, drinks too much, dies of alcohol poisoning, wakes up Wednesday morning, he's like, oh, shouldn't have drank that much. Oof. As expected of an undying of the death pathway, Klein suddenly realized that the problems he was worried about are nothing in the eyes of a real powerhouse. Mr. Isaac had mentioned that he had been in this sequence for a long time, which means that he's long since advanced. Then he asked with concern, "Mr. Isaac, would Ince Zangwill discover that I'm Klein Moretti?" He was afraid that Ince would take revenge on Benson and Melissa. Unlikely. At most, he would believe that we knew each other long ago, or that you're my informant, if we use the terms that the police uses. But that grade 0 sealed artifact might notice it, but you don't have to worry. Why? Klein pressed. It was unknown what Isaac had remembered, but his expression suddenly turned straight. Dude, I actually fucking... Thorium is starting to irritate the fuck out of me. It keeps bouncing my place where I am in the book, and it's irritating me so much. Why? Klein pressed. It was unknown what Isaac had remembered, but his expression suddenly turned strange, as if he wanted to laugh. But at the same time, he felt horrified. That grade 0 sealed artifact will keep attempting to write down the death of its owner. This is likely to be intrinsic to it and cannot be changed. Therefore, I doubt it will actively divulge such important information that can put Ince Zangwill at tremendous advantage during such a critical moment, unless it involves something that cannot be avoided or explained. Whoa. Interesting. Yes, technically, Romero did spoil that. But, I mean, I only learned about it like 2 chapters before it was already due anyway, so... And plus, I kind of vaguely already guessed at it, no? Seeing that Mr. Isaac was so sure about it while producing such strong justifications, Klein exhaled, as if he had recovered a little from the cold. Seeing this, Isaac added, "It's best if you leave Backland for the time being. Ince might use that grade 0 artifact to seek revenge again, using your fake name." As long as you aren't in Backland, it should be fine. That grade 0 sealed artifact sphere of influence doesn't exceed a large city. Okay, cool. That's more knowledge. Sphere. Isaac the goat. He knows this much while having lost like probably the majority of his memories. This is crazy. Just as I predicted, there's a limit to its sphere of influence. Otherwise, Ince could have easily hidden a small town in the southern continent and leisurely arranged the fates of his targets without worrying. A short trip to Backland for a day and a half is fine, right? With the premise that I've changed my identity and looks? With that, he rubbed his face, instantly reverting to his appearance back in Tingen. Isaac's eyebrows twitched and he nodded. It's fine. He turned his head and looked into the distance, at a spot that he could no longer see. It seems like I've been targeted by a powerful existence of the Church of Evernight. It's best if you don't stay by my side, or you might be implicated. They're very interested in my Beyonder characteristic related to death. Yes, I plan on heading out to sea while I digest my potion. Whoa! Whoa, we're gonna be out at sea. Oh my god, this is so good, because I've been so curious about like ghost ships and shit. So like we get to be at sea now. Imagine all the valuable info he's trapped in his head. Imagine all the valuable information he's forgotten. Isaac can unironically say, I've forgotten more than you'll ever know, and be telling the truth to basically anyone. That's crazy. We're getting a piece. We're getting a One Piece. The One Piece. Let's go. Doesn't affect area larger than a big city. It is said that you can influence a meteor shower out of nowhere. That is true. That is true. I don't know how that works. That kind of seems like a contradiction, but also kind of not. I do get it. Its influence is in the city, but like still, it's stupid. Isaac tilted his head. Mermaids? Could a mermaid in the form of a dead spirit work? I can find at least 4. That's crazy. He's just like, I can think of 4 mermaids that I visit on a weekly basis. Would they work? They're very sweet ladies. Like, what the fuck? The meteor shower was already going to happen in the city that night. It was just redirected. True. His intuition told him that it was definitely impossible, but he planned to divine it above the Grey Fog to confirm. Without mentioning the dead mermaids again, Isaac said, if there's anything, then contact me through the messenger. Messenger. It died in my battle with Mr. A. It saved my life. Isaac gave him a glance, shook his head, and laughed. Don't worry about it. As long as it isn't killed by a powerhouse at the level of an angel or some special method, then as long as the underworld still exists, it can slowly be reborn. And before that, I have similar messengers numbering. I don't know how many there are either. That's crazy. He's like, I have a lot of I don't even know how many messengers I have. I've got plenty. Don't worry about it. Kill a couple of them. Fuck them. You know, like you get really pissed, just take your anger out on them. I don't care. Volume 3 and 6 are the best. You are in for a treat. Yay! Volume 3 is significantly different. Well, different. As long as different in a good way, I'm fine with that. It sounds like there's an army of such powerful and humongous messengers. Klein turned to gape, unable to say a word. His shame faded as he asked, Mr. Isaac, where is the underworld? Or in other words, hell? The spirit world, to be precise, it's a special place that the ancient death created in the spirit world. Interesting. I think Wiz will not like Volume 3 as much as you guys. We will find out. Actually, I'm going to put this in my notes really quickly. Although, to be honest, Dr. Z, at least if I'm saying based on what's been happening so far, I'm liking the series more and more as time goes on. Not because it's just getting better. I mean, it kind of is, but more so because I learn more and more about the information about the world, and it feels more like, fleshed out. Like, I mean, my understanding of the world grows, so I'm enjoying it more and more in that sense. So, in my sense, every volume feels like it's gonna be better than the last, assuming consistent writing. But I mean, again, I don't know. I'll obviously let you know. Which is better, volume 2 or volume 1? Volume 2 for sure. Without having read the last 3 chapters so far, I will say so far the ending of volume 1 feels better than the ending of volume 2. But as a whole, volume 2 is way better than 1. But there's still 3 more chapters, so, you know, who knows. Ancient Death? That should be the Ancient God. Phoenix Ancestor Grace. So the underworld belongs to the spirit world. No wonder the basic structure in mysticism is the real world, the spirit world, and the astral world. It doesn't contain the underworld and the abyss. Klein was about to ask a question when he suddenly remembered something and said, Mr. Isaac, I obtained a card of blasphemy created by Emperor Roselle. It contains the secrets of a high sequence beyonder. I believe it can help you recall more things. However, you'll have to wait a while. It's hidden in Backland. Klein didn't mention the bounty, fearing that it would reveal the Tarot Club's existence, the mysterious space above the grey fog, and Miss Justice. Therefore, he could show his gratitude to Isaac for his help and sacrifice in this tactful way. I'm so curious. In my mind, Klein should tell Isaac about the Grey Fog. He would be so unbelievably valuable, even if he doesn't join the Tarot. Like, he doesn't have to, but like, Isaac could tell Klein about matters that he has questions about, and then Klein could divine them above the Grey Fog without interference. So, I mean, I don't know. Maybe as a high sequence beyonder, he doesn't really need Klein's help. That might be the case. I don't know. Isaac looked at him in surprise, but he ultimately said nothing, and nodded and said, When you get back, have the messenger bring it to me. I'll immediately return it to you after I study it, or you can copy the contents and pass it to me. He paused for a moment as if he thought of something, then took out a glove that was so thin it looked like it was made from human skin from his pocket and handed it to Klein. Is he gonna give him creeping hunger? Oh my god, Klein would become a fucking monster if he has this. Hold on. I mean, true, I would have told Isaac, yeah, I feel like it would have been so helpful to everyone. He paused, wait, I've already awakened the relevant memories, so I no longer need it. It's an item that the pirate vice admiral left behind. I've placed some seals on it so that it wouldn't be hungry. However, every time it's used, it will require you to use a human flesh and soul to feed it. Otherwise, it will devour you. Creeping hunger? The remains of a particular shepherd? Klein immediately recalled what the glove represented. Oh, blame. Didn't you hate powers that copy? Oh, no, sorry, let me be clear. I hate powers that copy other people's powers. I would never take a power like that. Like, if someone offered me creeping hunger, let's say I'm in Klein's position, I would take creeping hunger, sell it for £5 billion, and then be okay. I would never keep it, okay? Because it feels like a cheat code, and that's bullshit. That being said, Klein has a lot of problems, okay? So anything he can use to get a leg up, fucking take it, okay? What's this? Beggars can't be choosers? Klein is fighting like 3 Klein's enemies are like high sequence beyonders. He can't afford to be picky and like, oh no, my moral compass says that this. Shut the fuck up, bro. You're gonna die. So, like, if I was in Klein's position, assuming I didn't have this many enemies, I wouldn't take it. But if I was in Klein's place and I had this many problems, kind of, I'll take anything. I'll take any power. You know what I mean? in the real life scenario that is worth so much more than money. Exactly. Yeah, like to Klein, that's worth so much more than any money it could bring. All that being said, I mean, like I would never choose, like when we say like what's your favorite pathway or whatever, I would never pick any of the pathways that can grant that power, whether that looks like reader, whether that looks like the secret suppliant, or whatever the third one is. I would never take any of them. I'm really sorry. Give me 2 seconds. I have to piss. I'll be right back. And then last 3 chapters. Oh my god. We've been here for 3.5 hours already. Jesus Christ. Okay. We're back. Wait, anniversary of Harambe? Seriously? May 28th. Holy shit. Oh my god, it's been 9 years. And the world has never been the same since. Oh, yeah, I forgot to mention this earlier. I probably should have done it a lot earlier, but I forget. I don't have it in me. Yeah, the memberships for the channel are live. If any of you are interested, consider joining. No expectation there, but if you have a couple extra bucks, maybe consider. You'll get the gracious Emperor Roselle by your face, and some cool emotes. Yeah, okay. All that said, 481 statistics and people. Oh my god, we're gonna wait. Is volume 3 gonna be on the sea? That's gonna be dope as fuck if that's the case. In a small town on the outskirts of Backland, after changing into clean and dry clothes, Klein placed the wet bills on the surface of the table, one by one, waiting for them to dry naturally in the warm room. During this process, he moved very carefully and very gently. Even his sneezing and coughing, which were brought by the fever, had been forcibly suppressed. To make sure that there were no mistakes, he didn't dry them by controlling flame. He didn't dry them by controlling flame. Having done all this, he walked to the corner of the hotel room where there was a full-length mirror. All was well after Audrey's POV. Yeah, Audrey saved the day, man. We learned about... Wait. Wait, where am I? Having done all this, no. Okay, Klein's black hair was neatly combed in the mirror. He had a pair of dark brown eyes, and his face was thin and angular. He had gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose and was beardless. He looked young, but also experienced. This was a modification of Zhou Mingru's appearance, with the traits of a native from the northern continent. Moreover, this was his youthful appearance during university when he was filled with vigor, one that had yet to be made fat by society. Wait, is the real Zhou fat? He intended to go back to Backland when things had settled down, and then he would get himself a legal identity for his current appearance. Chubby, oh. Compared to when he left Tingen, he had no short supply. He had no shortage of appropriate channels. For example, he had Ian at the Braveheart Bar, Miss Sharon's Circle, and Detective Isengard. How nostalgic, Klein whispered. He busied himself with a ritual in the room where the curtains had been drawn. He planned to bring creeping hunger above the grey fog to study it safely. Not much. Yes, fat for China. A bit overweight, not fat. Oh, okay. In the midst of the silent ancient palace, he appeared at the very end of the long bronze table, leaned his back in his chair while holding a pair of thin gloves made out of human skin. Immediately after, he closed his eyes and extended his spirituality into the objects that required sealing. He immediately felt the hunger of the glove. It was as if it had a stomach that could never be filled, but above the grey fog, it was so tame that it didn't dare let out the slightest bit of malice. It was like a hunting dog lying there, not daring to move. Wait, that's actually a good point. When he advanced to sequence 6, a bit of the grey fog Klein was able to carry over to the real world. So as he gets to higher and higher sequences, there's a chance he could bring more of the grey fog, meaning he might be able to seal the hungered properties of the creeping hunger, and then just be able to use them without a negative effect. Oh, that'd be based as fuck. Then Klein heard cries of indignation and groans of pain. Many distorted, hideous, and grieving faces appeared in his spiritual perception, brimming with unspeakable melancholy and madness. The best item? Okay. Much better. Okay, because I've told everyone, everyone knows this. On principle, everything has a price list, everything. Maybe you only have to kill people occasionally, you know? Like, what if it goes from, like, you have to kill a person every time you use it to, like, you have to kill a person, like, every 9 times or something, you know? Like, you just reduce its side effects so much so that, like, eventually it just becomes, like, hey, I just finished notes for volume 2 while tuning in. Now time to condense everything. Nice. I have most of my notes. What's your favorite non-grade 0 artifact so far? It would probably be the fucking armor. What is it? 182 or whatever? 142, the armor, or 211 Eridas. Eridas obviously has some important fucking impacts on the story later, so I'm curious what that looks like. The silver armor, yeah, exactly. The silver armor or Eridas, one of those two. Most of my notes, I think, are in generally good order. That being said, I do need to reorganize them so I can just like have the parts of the third and fourth epoch split up so that I just slot in facts as I learn them instead of them just all being in one lore section where everything is fucked. So once I get that set up, I think my notes are looking pretty decent, I think. These faces were deeply fused with the Beyonder characteristic of different colors in different states. Wherever Klein's spirituality spread, it would combine with the corresponding faces and use the power it had. This is the way to use it? Together with the help of divination, Klein made one attempt after another and figured out what the 5 souls that the creeping hunter could use for grazing. The first was Faceless, but it only had the power to change its appearance and build. Second was Psychiatrist. He could make a target fall into a frenzied state, place a certain amount of psychological cues, and could simulate a dragon's might, intimidating individuals and groups and creating chaos. If you want to talk about Volume 2, I'm back in about... I'm probably gonna be pretty fucking wiped today, easy, because it'll be at that point probably a 5.5 hour stream. If you're up, we can do either like tomorrow or sometime on the weekend. Whatever works better for you. I don't think my throat is so, like, because I'm already feeling a little sick as it is, and like talking this much, I'm just fucking wiped already. I think that idea is bullshit, and every game I play I always try to have a balanced build so I can do anything. No, you see, okay, then never mind, tomorrow works. Okay, based. All right, we'll figure out the time. I'll message you after stream. All right. Okay, well then we play games differently, Bullseye. If I'm playing an RPG, all my stats go into like 2 or 3 things, okay? If I'm playing Elden Ring, here's what my stat distribution looks like. It's vigor, it's health, so that I don't fucking die on one spot. And then second, it's either all in dex, or it's all in strength, or it's all in one. Like, I don't do everything. Okay, exactly. Strength based, big bonk build. Okay, fuck everything else. Vigor and strength. Like, I'm not a jack of all trades guy. Fuck that. No, dex never strength. Fuck you, Ramiro. Strength is the best. Dex is so easy. Like, you could just put dex on, get the katanas with the infinite fucking bleed, and just run through every boss ever. That's so dog shit. Bonk builds, you at least have to find the right timings, because your fucking wind-up animation is 19 seconds. On your recommendation, I did start Clair Obscura. I'm still very early on, but I did start it. I hate strength. It is slow, Ramiro. That's the point. It's like a good offset. It's like, hey, you do shit tons of damage, but every swing is like, holy shit, I gotta brace myself. Goated. Okay, yeah, I'm still very early on. Like, I've spent maybe like 2 hours in, but the visuals are really fucking good. I usually play glass cannons, magic users, based. Oh, easy. I was thinking 33 is one of my favorite all-time games. Oh shit, nice. By the way, easy. Have you ever played? Oh, for fuck's sakes. What's that? Baldur's Gate. Sorry. Okay, I gotta start reading. I will keep up with chat, but I gotta read. I'm gonna be here forever. The third was Interrogator. It allowed the wearer of the glove to be proficient in all kinds of weapons, become a demolition expert, possess the ability to focus his mind, and have the ability to pierce a target's spirit body. Once you're done with the game, you'll be listening to music all the time on stream. Nice. Oh, beat it? Okay. Because I had this idea, if you're up for it. I was thinking another favorite game of all. I know, dude. I played it so much. I fucking loved it. I had this idea of like I was thinking of like me and then like a couple members in the community. And if you're up for it, if you want to join as well, we can do like a LAN playthrough. If you have time. If you're not interested, totally get it. No worries. But I fucking love Baldur's Gate. And I just need an excuse to play it. Down? Based. Alright, okay. Awesome. Sign me up. Okay, based. Because you, me, and then Ramiro said he also wants in. And I think it was from... And I think Devil was also in. No, not Devil. Devil told me... Fuck, I don't know. Someone else was in. I don't know. I can't remember. 2 people told me to shove it because they were like, we only play horror games. But there was a 4th person. I can't remember who. I'll find out. Okay, awesome. All right, we can talk about that more later. Okay, dope. The third, yes, already read that. The fourth was nightmare. This was only one power, which was to drag someone into a dream without being detected. However, it was unlike a Beyonder of the corresponding sequence. It was accomplished by creeping hunger, so the wearer could still remove their bodies after entering a nightmare state. Or the wearer could still move their bodies, not remove their bodies, fuck. All was well after Audrey's POV. Remember? All was well after Audrey's POV? Oh, yeah. Wait. Kami, you keep saying this. Am I having a fucking stroke? What are you referring to? Did she say all is well? Oh, wait. Oh, I think she said all is well after all. Oh, all is well is a song. I'm autistic. Never mind. Okay, never mind. Shut up. Okay. Okay, the fifth was Priest of Light. It allowed him to produce a halo-like effect. Priest of Light. Why would I insist otherwise? I don't fucking know. Priest of Light. Do I know this? Is this a new name? Priest of Light. No. Okay. No. Okay. It's somewhere. It's in the light. It's in the Bard pathway. Okay. For its old Neil's death song. I thought the same. Okay. I kept reading Kami read it, and I was like, dude, what the fuck is he talking about? It allowed him to produce a halo-like effect, purifying all undead and foul creatures within a certain range. At the same time, he had the signing ability of a bard, which could strengthen his companions, as well as summon the light of holiness, which was weaker than the flaring sun. The limit is 5 souls, and their powers are fixed when grazing for the first time. It's not something I can decide for myself. It's purely luck-based. Dude, creeping hunger would be... Actually, never mind. With this statement... Hold on. With this statement, grazing for the first time, this isn't something I can decide. It's purely luck-based. I'm actually totally in on creeping hunger. I can play a gacha game while killing people. This is based as fuck. Be the criminal pathway and then play gacha games. Maybe there can be 3 or just 1. Klein thoughtfully nodded, sighed, and said to the suffering souls, "No matter what kind of people you were in the past, I will gradually set you free from your imprisonment to acquire complete deliverance." What the fuck? "In the future, the souls I graze will only come from people who have committed heinous and unforgivable crimes. For every such Beyonder I kill, I will replace one of you and release you, regardless of whether I need the power or not." That's really sweet. His solemn but gentle voice echoed within the ancient palace. The wailings of the souls quieted down, no longer writhing in a hideous fashion. Oh, so they still, to some degree, have their sentience. Okay, cool. They could hear that and said, like, okay, that kind of seems like a base deal. We just have to wait for a bit. Klein exhaled, opened his eyes, and tapped the edge of the table and said to himself, "That Faceless's power overlaps with mine, so it's completely useless. Once I have something to replace it with, I'll replace him first, obviously. When the time comes, I can attempt to channel his spirit and converse with him. Perhaps I might find information regarding the high sequences of the seer pathway, as well as clues about the whereabouts of mermaids. No, there's no need for a replacement. In a few days, I can make the attempt when I fully recover from my cold." Yeah, like realistically, you can just like Klein is kind of being a dick here, but like once they've been suffering the whole time. Not cool in that sense. I just meant like they understand, like, hey, our new owner is like our new I don't know, whoever is like a good person, and they'll let us go in time. Okay, like logically, Klein should just let the Faceless go right away. Like, I mean, maybe if he wants to wait for a few days until he can get info from him, fine. But like realistically, Klein should just let him go as soon as possible once he gets the info, because he doesn't need him. The soul corresponding to the Priest of Light should be able to complete the incomplete formulas I previously obtained. Furthermore, He'll leave behind the corresponding Beyonder characteristic. That way, little son doesn't need to worry about his subsequent advancements. Yes, he will be the second to be released. It's fair without the souls, it's literally useless. Yeah, like, I'm not saying it's fair to the souls, I'm saying, like, Klein is giving them a fair deal. As for me, needing to feed a human soul and flesh to creeping hunger every time it's used, that's not something I need to pay attention to. I usually wouldn't use it anyway. When using it, I'll definitely be facing a terrifying enemy. In such a battle, there'll be no lack of lives to cull. Even if there isn't, I can throw creeping hunger above the grey fog and not worry about the backlash. Nor do I need to be afraid of harming the innocent. The worst outcome would be it becoming unstable. Klein put his thoughts away, tried to use the mystical item, creeping hunger, to divine the formula of the shepherd potion, but ended up failing. He didn't divine the origins of creeping hunger, afraid that he would provoke an unfriendly existence. He is learning! Our boy is learning. He's so clever. Although he wasn't afraid of endangering himself due to the grey fog, doing so could likely damage creeping hunger. I'll consider trying that out when I no longer need it. He quickly recalled the previous matters and keenly noticed, after the master key was obliterated, its Beyonder characteristic didn't disappear. Instead, it became dots of light, trying hard to converge. It can be assumed that the apprentice characteristic that's formed in the end will no longer contain Mr. Door's roars. Mr. Door's roars. Klein didn't court death? That's new, yay! In other words, such a method can be used to rid the mental corruption inside a Beyonder characteristic. Yeah, but the question is, where does the characteristic appear? Does it appear where the thing was destroyed? It just takes some time and Klein didn't have enough time to wait around for it, basically? But the underlying problem is that there's no way to destroy Beyonder characteristics which have solidified into an item under normal circumstances. Back then I was relying on a ritual that could allow a true god to descend. It needed a lot of prerequisites and a lot of innocent lives. Also, once the all black eye is shattered, the true creator's mental corruption that's hidden will erupt. When that happens, who can withstand it? Do it above the grey fog? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Klein remembered what could have happened in the East Burrow. He hurriedly conjured a pen and prepared to make the appropriate divination. After receiving the revelation, his expression sank. He slowly leaned back. Above the grey fog. Below him, the endless grey fog floated in silence in a seemingly unchanging fashion. He probably learned how many people died in the grey fog. After Audrey's POV, the song that Kami kept mentioning. Okay. Audrey stood by the window, looking at the fog mixed with the pale yellow and iron black colors rapidly dispersing. When she saw the heavy rain that was incompatible with winter, her heart felt more at ease. "Father, how was it?" Audrey asked. Earl Hall smiled. "It's resolved, but the exact details are unclear. My little princess, you've really helped me greatly this time. You deserve a ton of medals. You know what? An extra £50,000 for my birthday would probably do. Don't worry about the medals, really." "That's good. That's good. Thanks to Mr. Fool, thanks to the risky investigation of his blessed, we have once again stopped the descent of an evil god and saved the world." Audrey's heart was filled with pride. Earl Hall took the towel from his maidservant's hand, wiped his face, and sighed. However, this time, there were serious casualties. To think that Backland smog could become so deadly. Although the statistics haven't been tabulated, I estimate more than 10,000 people died in the East Burrow, the dock area and the factory district. Furthermore, the plague is still spreading, so please try not to leave the house for the time being. More than 10,000 people? That was a statistic Audrey could imagine, but Audrey could understand, but couldn't imagine. Only on the anniversary of the kingdom's founding and during the parade would she be able to see tens of thousands of people gather. And even then, his statistic is only half. 20,000 people have died for sure, and more people are going to die as it spreads. However, this didn't stop her heart from feeling heavy as her mood suddenly turned gloomy. All is well. God damn it! This song brings up some unresolved feelings. God damn it, O'Neill, you son of a bitch. She was dead. You couldn't just let her. You couldn't just let her stay that way. You selfish bastard. He left Klein. He had so much more knowledge to give. Daisy stood outside her apartment, watching the doctors and nurses in white coats and masks enter and carry out the bodies. She had long known the outcome. Her expression was numb and her eyes vacant. She subconsciously moved closer to the door. I'm gonna leave now. Alright, thanks for popping by, username. I appreciate it, man. In reality, it was 4K for sure. Estimated 10 to 12K. So Backland smog was 2.5 to 3 times. Wait, what was the smog of London? What the fuck was this? What actually was this? Severe air pollution event? Jesus Christ. At this moment, the police officer in charge of the cordon stopped her. Don't go over there. Do you want to get infected? Daisy stood there, watched the 2 bodies being carried out. She saw her mother, Liv, hugging her sister, Freya, tightly. They were carried to a cargo carriage that was wrapped in black cloth and temporarily requisitioned. Which is sadder, Volume 1 or Volume 2? Probably Volume 1 for me, if I'm honest. At least the ending, for sure. They were carried to the cargo carriage that was wrapped in a black cloth and temporarily requisitioned. She then watched as they disappeared in front of her, as the white cloth covered them. The carriage slowly moved towards the end of the other street. At that moment, Daisy seemed to wake up from a dream. She seemed to turn around and run at full speed, chasing the carriage. The ground was abnormally muddy after the rain. She got up and fell several times, leaving her body covered in dirt. Who's going to care for this child now? Everyone's gone. However, she was still unable to catch up with the carriage and could only watch it disappear. Daisy slowed her pace, her body swaying slightly, as her expression turned abnormally vacant. She held onto the trees by the street and stared at the place where the carriage had left. Suddenly, her entire body went limp, and she started weeping. Mother. Freya. Her voice was soft, low, sharp, and weak. At this moment, the East Borough, the dock area, the factory district, and tens of thousands of people were similarly crying out in grief. Empress Borough, Sodella Palace. Wearing a crown above his resolute face and thin mustache, George III sat on the throne. He stared at the Earl Palatine in front of him, without saying a word. Your Majesty, the people from the churches are waiting for your explanation, the Earl Palatine asked. Explanation? Prince Edisac was seduced by a demoness, causing him to collude with a cult and attempt to rebel. That is the explanation. His schemes were exposed, and he has committed suicide. What more explanation do they need? You tell them that anyone who obtains the corresponding aristocratic title via any means can get a seat in the House of Lords. The property restrictions needed for the elections will be relaxed, and the invalid constituents will be removed. This is to appease the factory owners and bankers. Similarly, the National Atmospheric Pollution Council will immediately make their final statement. The relevant bill will soon be passed, and the minimum safeguards and working hours will appear in the form of law. The poor law will be reformed in accordance with their requests. The 3 churches are permitted to send their personnel info into the military. Your Majesty, the Earl Palatine was startled. I see how they want to embark on fulfilling Melancholy. Thanks for popping by, man. Yeah. The ending has been mindfuck for sure. Such a concession was beyond his imagination, especially the last one. This is what happens when you're in grief, though. You just like, fine, fuck it, whatever you want. Just I don't care. That's what happens. You're just like, take it. I don't care. It doesn't matter because you're so fucked. Because your brain is already so fucked. You're just like, like your brain can't handle any more conflict at that time. So you're just like, whatever you need, just get away from me. I don't care. George III flared up again. Tell them this. Since they want a new order, I will give them a new order. Yes, your majesty. The Earl Palatine didn't say a thing and left the palace. George III sat there, unmoving for a long time, as though he was a stone statue. We saved Tingen. After an unknown period of time, his expression suddenly turned gentle. 482. Ring out the old, ring in the new. Two more chapters. For me, the ending of Volume 2 is sadder. I don't know. For me, because I feel like... I don't know why. Like, I was so much more invested in... yeah, Volume 1, because I was so much more invested in Dunn and Old Neil. And, of course, the mindfuck of you guys convincing me that Klein was dead is, that hurt my soul even more. You fucks. I remember that. Morning on the 31st of December at the Harvest Church. Emlyn White stood in the kitchen wearing his priest robes. Occasionally tossing different herbs into a large iron pot and stirring them to different extents. Volume 2 was sadder if you invested in Freya. No, don't get me wrong. I was super invested in... To be honest, I wasn't that invested in Old Kohler. I mean, don't get me wrong. It was really sad, and the guy deserved to eat his ham, but, like... You know, I wasn't that invested. But like Dawn, I was so much more invested. Is this the last chapter? I am getting such mixed reviews. Is it 482 or 483? Someone tell me. You'd be smiling while trying to cry. You'd fall. Dude, Despite, if you have time, unironically watch my VOD for the ending of Volume 1. I was so angry when I read that, when I saw Klein. Gotta go by. All right, sounds good, man. Thanks for popping by. I was so mind fucked. As soon as I saw Klein came back, I was like, I need to take a break. I'm gonna fucking punch my screen. I was out of my fucking mind. Emlyn White stood in a kitchen wearing his priest robes, occasionally tossing different herbs into a large iron pot and stirring them to a certain extent. There'll be a message of Volume 2 that'll say it's the end. Oh, probably. Yeah, probably. Yeah, we'll find out. After all the pre-prepared ingredients were tossed in, he patiently waited for another 10 minutes, then scooped up the ink-black liquid with a metal ladle and poured it into a glass cup. 48, 49, 50. Emlyn glanced at the empty pot and counted the medicine he had brewed. After confirming the quantity, he picked up a large tray and brought the bottles of dark green liquid to the hall. Will you read the author's notes? Yes, I will, FQ. In the hall, more than half of the pews had been removed, and the floor was covered with tattered blankets. Lying with them were the victims of the plague who were either deep in sleep or groaning in pain. Oh, Emlyn's actually helping them? Good for you, dude. Emlyn and Father Utrovsky worked together, each carrying some medicine and distributing it. The first person in the queue was a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion. He hurriedly propped himself halfway and received the medicine and drank it. He handed back the bottle and said to Emlyn, "Father White, thank you very much. I feel much better and have the strength to stand again." Father White. Emlyn lifted his chin and replied disdainfully, This is only an extremely trivial matter that isn't worth being grateful for. All of you are truly ignorant. Oh, you sent it? Thank you, Romero. With that, he sped up the distribution of the potions. Oh, you beat me to it, Romero. I was going to remove it too. After 10 minutes or so, he returned to the altar of the Earth Mother and complained to Father Utravsky, "You should get 2 or 3 more volunteers." Father Utravsky didn't respond. He looked at the patients and said, "They should be completely healed in 2 or 3 days." "How do you know?" Emlyn turned his head. "Herbal medicine is one of the domains of the Earth Mother. As her believer, I have some basic knowledge, even if I'm not part of the Earth Pathway." The Earth Pathway? Wait, is... The Earth Pathway. What pathways are in control of the Earth Mother? Hold on. Church of Earth Mother is in charge of apothecary and planter. I'm gonna guess planter is the Earth Pathway, because planter, Earth, kind of seems to track. Where is planter? It should be here. I don't know a thing about it, but it should be here. Why don't I have planter written down? Am I losing my mind? Dude, I don't have it in my fucking sequence notes. What the fuck? I remember that dog shit name because I made fun of it, but I don't have it. What? I know 9 and 8? What? Why is it not here? Am I out of my mind? I don't know sequence 8 actually. Okay, so I do just know. Okay, so I don't have planter written down. I guess I must have fucked around with my notes and just forgot about it. Planter pathway, also known as the... Did it say the Earth Pathway? That day we were naming sequence 8. I doubt it, Dr. Z. I don't even have the fucking sequence 9 written down, let alone 8. That's cooked. I'm not interested in religion and know a little about it, Emlyn tusked. Although I've been copying the Earth Mother Bible in recent months. Father, I didn't expect you to accept non-believers in the faith. Among them, only 2 of them are the believers of the Earth Mother. They are innocent lives. Father Utravsky smiled without minding what he said. Emlyn paused for a few seconds, exhaled and said, "Fathers, I've already found a way to resolve the psychological cue. Perhaps it will leave this place soon." Wait, why did I mention this? I was actually moved by him? What if he locks me in the basement again? Father Utravsky's expression remained unchanged as he looked down at Emlyn and said, "Actually, you don't need to seek out solutions. In a little while, the psychological cue will be automatically removed, and you'll be free to choose whether to come to the cathedral. As long as any longer and I would have become the mother... No, Earth Mother's devout believer," Emlyn blurted out. Utravsky raised his eyebrows and said, feeling somewhat surprised, "I didn't compel you to change your faith. The psychological cue I left was for you to return to the cathedral every day, hoping for you to appreciate the value of life and the joys of harvest." The only effect of the cue was to make me return to the cathedral? Yes. That's so sweet. Wait, so what Emlyn said was true. Wait, so he's a fucking liar then. 'Cause What he said was, he was like, I don't even mind if I become a believer in the Earth Mother, as long as I have the choice to do it myself. Well, you had the choice. You just had to go there. Oh my god, I love Father Utrovsky, dude. The actual fucking goat. I've said this to like every side character possible at this point. It doesn't even mean anything. And plus, he looks like a fat version, or like a, not a fat, Jesus Christ. He looks like a buffed up version of Elon Musk. So, I mean, I hate Elon Musk, but it's funny. So, you know what? We take it. The Giga Chad, for real. Emlin's mouth gaped as he slowly and mechanically turned his head to look at the altar, looking at the Earth Mother's sacred emblem of life. No, FQ, I'm not kidding. I thought Trump too, and then someone mentioned Elon Musk, and it looked so much better. I'm not even kidding. I can probably find the image generated later if you want to do that, but like, fuck, dude. So many goats, you think it was a fucking farm? True. Leo attached a character knowing Easy already closed his heart. Yes. As Kratos said in the most recent in the most recent God of War games, open your heart to it. If that is who you are, then open your heart to the suffering of others. That's okay. You should love them all the same. So fuck it. I'm still gonna get attached, and I will be sad when they die, because I wear my heart on my sleeve. In the evening of the 31st December, 2 Daffodil Street, Tingen City, Benson entered the house and took off the hat and coat and chuckled. I've booked second-class seats for the steam locomotive to Backland. Second-class seats. Look at that. Melissa never would have been okay with getting second-class seats. She would have always been like, no, we have to get third-class ones. We can't afford it. Which is... But now that they're coming to Backland, Klein is leaving Backland? For fuck's sakes. The weird smile that curves down is probably what Elon and Utrovsky have in common. And you know goats are extremely good at climbing rocky mountains? Yes, I do. No. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Hold on, sorry. My fucking keyboard does this occasionally, where it does this it's very rare, but like I'll occasionally tap on a fucking letter and it will just straight up just keep typing it. I don't know what it is. Have you guys ever seen this? Goats can literally stand on top of fucking dams. Dams are damn near fucking vertical. Like, look at this. This is fucking vertical. And they can tank it. This is some crazy shit, dude. That is some, I don't know what they would, this is some Klein clown type powers right here. Or like, they're like, oh, I can just change my center of gravity and just tank it. Like, what the fuck? My coworkers were talking about this today. Fun fact, I'm that coworker of yours. The plot thickens. Melissa, who was sitting in the dining room with several newspapers in front of her, worriedly said, Benson, the air in Backland is terrible. Tens of thousands of people died from poison and diseases caused by the smog a few days ago. I was the goat. It's sad, and it's a sad and regrettable manner. But the 2 houses have already passed the report submitted by the National Atmospheric Council. There will be legislation to regulate the emission of smoke and wastewater, so a new Backland will welcome us. You don't have to worry. Dude, if Benson and Melissa die, we are gonna have some fucking problems, okay? We riot. I'm not even kidding. What's everyone's favorite animals? A lion. When I came back from the Iron Cross, I found a lot of factory owners or their employees from Backland recruiting people. They said that due to the fog and plague, the factories are suffering a shortage, so they're willing to promise working hours and minimum wages. You think it's impossible? Melissa asked. When more and more people flock to Backland, it will be impossible unless both houses pass the corresponding laws. Well, it's time to receive the new year. There were 3 sets of forks and knives, 3 empty porcelain plates, and 3 cups on the table. 3 cups, 1 for beer, 2 for ginger beer. Oh. See, after reading that, how could I possibly close my heart to the characters of this series? That is so sweet. And I'm supposed to close my heart to these people? Fuck that. But unironically, if something happens to Benson and Melissa, I will track down Cuttlefish. I will go to China. And you guys are going to see me on the news. In the evening of the 31st December, dressed to the nines, Audrey stood in a lounge, waiting for the start of the New Year's party. However, one couldn't see the excitement, exuberance, and joy on her face, despite the fact that she was about to become an adult. In front of her was a newspaper. Preliminary estimates state a total of 21,000 people died in the smog, and the subsequent plague took close to 40,000 people. So really, 60,000 people died. My favorite is owl. I haven't seen one. I have seen one land in front of my house. Nice. Owls are cool. Owls are cool. Cats are best? What a basic bitch answer. Cows because they're yummy? What kind of fucked up answer is that, Khaled? That's how you choose your favorite animal? Based on which tastes the best? If I said like a panda bear taste that has the best tasting meat in the world, is that your new favorite? What are you talking about? That's a crazy way to do that. Just then, her father, Earl Hall, and her mother, Lady Catelyn, knocked on the door and said, "Your beauty surpasses everyone tonight. Darling, it's time. The Queen is waiting for you." Audrey slowly breathed out and wore an elegant, beautiful smile. I like to adopt a robot instead of an animal. Yes, but we can't currently do that, so let's go with an animal currently, Dr. Z. What's your favorite? I don't like animals except for parrots. Okay. I'm not going to judge. She then walked out of the lounge, entered the party hall under the company of her parents. She walked all the way up to the front of the dais and said under the gaze of many, handed her white muslin-gloved hand to the Queen. The Queen led her to the edge of the dais as they faced all the guests. I'm like, animals have to stay away from me? Okay, what's your favorite animal to look at? Like, if you went to a zoo, which animal would you be most excited to see? Let's do that. If it was a zoo that had all the animals in the world, which one would you be most excited to see? Let's do that. And the Queen smiled and said, "Although this is a dark period in Backland's history, we still have a gem that can illuminate the entire city. Her wisdom, her beauty, her character, her etiquette, all impeccable. Today, I formally introduce to you all, Lady Aubrey Hall." Absolute cinema. Oh, God. Based. It would be a tiger then? Okay. See, tiger. Good choice. Mine is a lion, so we can go with that. Outside the window, fireworks exploded into a dreamy light. On the last night of 1341, Audrey officially came of age and was presented to society. Dude, can you imagine? Hold on. Listen, they're having the party because it's tradition on New Year's Eve. That's fine, okay? Listen, something really dark happened, but like, you know, it's tradition. We always do it that night. Whatever. I get it. No problem. Fireworks are a bit much though, dude. 61,000 people died in your city. Probably, I don't know, half the city is in mourning. And then they look up and then Earl Hall is like, "Let's fucking go, party time." Bro, you can party. That's fine. Just do it quietly. Why you gotta do the fireworks? I will get shunned upon now. Oh, Nightwalker. Jesus Christ, that's a wild way to say that. Just say she is of age. What do you have to say it that way, Nightwalker? That's so fucked. Whale? Okay, whale. Not dolphin? Dogs are cute and smart. I mean, dogs are cute, sure. Smart? I mean, they're even relative to other animals, they're not particularly smart. Ah, some peasants died. Fuck them. Yeah, like actually wild shit. In the afternoon of the 3rd January, 1350, dolphins are criminals? You know what? So am I, fool. So what is that? So what do you say now? No, not dolphins. They look scary? Really? What kind of bumbleclot dog? What the fuck? What did you ask me? Like, are you saying... No, dog. Dogs are actually dumb. Like, even relative to other animals, they're not that smart. A crow is, like, way smarter than a dog is, on average. On the outskirts of the East Borough, in a newly opened cemetery, Klein found the graves of Old Kohler and Liv. Dolphin is the worst of the worst? What is with the dolphin slander here, bro? This wasn't a grave in the truest sense of the word, but rather a niche where an urn was stored. They went on, row after row, stacked one above another. Crows are very smart and have good problem solving. Yeah, very much so. Standing there, Klein saw not only that there was no photograph or epitaph of Old Kohler's niche, but even his name was missing. Similar statues weren't uncommon. There were too many ownerless ashes whose relatives and friends couldn't be located. Their names and looks and whatever experiences they had were unknown. They did not garner the interest of anyone. They were only distinguished by the numbers on their niche. Yes. Klein closed his eyes, pulled out a slip of paper, shook it into a piece of metal, and carved a name on the niche's door. Kohler. He then added the epitaph. He was a good worker. He had a wife, a son, a daughter. He worked hard to live. They bully, rape, and everything on other species of that. Yes, the animal world is fucked, okay? Yes, we know this. He withdrew his wrist, and with a shake of his wrist, the black-haired, brown-eyed, and emaciated Klein let the paper burn in his hand, as if it was a memorial service. Instead of appearing to Daisy, who had lost her mother and sister, he anonymously wrote to reporter Mike Joseph describing the girl's predicament so as to not implicate her in his own matters. Dolphins use dead fish to... Yes, dude, I know. Oh, yes. The world... the animal world is fucked, okay? Klein had met Daisy... I heard dolphins bite a poisonous kind of fish too. Oh yeah, that's very normal, Nightwalker. I've heard stories of that, I think it's jaguars or panthers, I can't remember exactly which, gnaw away at the roots of a certain type of tree because the tree releases some kind of hallucinogen, and they'll gnaw away at it for hours to get high. So, I mean, listen, everyone does. Because like the world is a fucking prison, okay? Even animals, if they can, will escape as best they could. Daisy, Mike had met Daisy, knew about her, and had enthusiastically promoted the establishment of a corresponding charity. Therefore, he believed that he could help her receive more help and complete her basic studies to find a stable job. Taking 2 steps back, Klein looked around, taking in the names, photos, and even the victims of those who were missing. He raised his head, let out a long breath, turned around, and left the cemetery. On the steam locomotive to Backland, Melissa was engrossed in her textbooks, and Benson was soon chatting with the passengers around him. Wait! There's a small chance, since Klein is leaving Backland, they might meet each other at the train station? That'd be cool. Monkeys bite a centipede to get high? What the fuck? And drops them into the ocean. New population of mermaids for Klein. I don't think that's how mermaids are made, FQ. I mean, it would be based. But I don't think that's how that works. It's too expensive. Just too expensive. A whole 10 soli. Half a pound. A burly man who wasn't even 30 sighed from the bottom of his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that I couldn't buy a third-class seat or a boat ticket recently, I wouldn't have spent this money at all. This is equivalent to half a week's salary. Indeed, there are too many people heading to Backland in the new year, Benson agreed. The burly man wiped off his heartbroken expression and said, because they promised me 21 soli a week, and that I wouldn't need to work for more than 12 hours a day. We signed a contract. 12 hours a day. When I receive my payment and rent a house, my wife will come to Backland. Then she'll be able to get a good job, a job that pays 12 or 13 soli a week. It's said that Backland is in dire need of people. When the time comes, we'll earn over £1.50 pound a week, and we'll be able to eat meat frequently. Your wish will definitely be achieved. The king has already signed the bill, passing the law for a minimum wage and maximum working hours. Benson sincerely wished him well. This is the land of hope. The steam locomotive brought countless hopeful people to Backland. The sky was still bright, and the fog in the air had thinned a lot. The gas lamps on the platform were no longer lit that early. Experienced, Benson protected his sister and wallet before leaving the station with their suitcases while following the crowd. Suddenly, they simultaneously felt a gaze sweep past them. Tracing the gaze, Benson and Melissa saw a young gentleman with neat black hair and dark brown eyes. Fucking called it! Oh, I'm too good. I'm too good. The gentleman with gold-rimmed glasses pressed his hat and looked past them into the distance. Benson and Melissa also looked away and cast their gaze to the smoky pillars in the garden in the middle of the street as they looked forward to seeing the underground transport system in Backland. Carrying his suitcase with an expressionless look, Klein walked past them with his body kept straight. He entered the departure station, facing the mass of people pouring into the land of hope. People filled with wonderful hopes in their heart. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. End of Volume 2. Holy fuck. Wow, okay, that was a lot, eh? My god. That being said, 4.5 hours. That is actually right on par with how long I expected it to take. Thank you, Queen. Thoughts and ratings. Volume 2 as a whole is probably like a 9. The ending, relative to... So we're going to say Volume 1 right now is like a 9.5. I think that ending was damn near fucking perfect, okay? Relative to that, I would say the ending is like an 8.5. Maybe an 8 even. Maybe 8 is too harsh, but like an 8.5. The ending is worse relative, I don't mean objectively, to Volume 1 ending. As a whole, it's significantly better. As a whole, possibly because it's also literally twice as long. Do the thoughts in 1 or 2 days when it cools down? Yeah, probably. The rating gets more accurate. Probably, yeah, that's fair. But like off the top of my head, ending is worse. Or sorry, ending. Yes, ending is worse. Not in like that it's a bad ending. It's just Volume 1 ending in my hand is like damn near fucking perfect. And then the whole thing is better. I'd give it a 7.5. 8.5 is where I'm thinking. Insanity. What a time to come in. What a time. Oh god, what a time. I should adjust the title too. It's 482. You guys fucking lied to me. Okay, let's do artwork first, then we'll do the author notes later, okay? Favorite moment. Favorite moment for me is when Klein is sitting there and the meteor's coming down and he's sitting there, he's like, "Oh, I'm so cooked. Oh, I'm fucking dead." And then he's like, "No, like I can fight. I'm going to try my best." And he's about to fucking die, and Azek just pops in. And I don't know what the fuck... Dude, I'm so curious what that Azek's power is. That's so curious. What is that? He just pulled him into an oil painting? What is that? I'm so curious. Like, that shit was so hard. I was like, damn, Klein's gonna fucking die, huh? And Klein just, sorry, I knew Klein wasn't gonna die, but I was like, dude, what the fuck is gonna happen here? And then Azek is like, oh, a mere meteor. That shit is mere fucking Tuesday breakfast, okay? Doesn't even mean a thing. As I asked you when you finished volume 1, tell me how strong gods and angels are in your opinion. Okay. Now, I'm not gonna say I have a great idea, but like, I have a better idea, okay? So the one thing that comes to mind immediately is that Ouroboros, this fucking guy, a remnant, given that it says he's the king of angels, which in my mind means he's a seraphim, which means he's like he's like as close to being a deity without literally being one as possible, okay? Oh, they entered the spirit world. Oh, that's what that... Oh, cool, okay. So he's definitely he's at the upper echelon of what an angel can do, so I understand that. But a remnant of his power, not a portion of his power. No. A remnant, as in like there wasn't a bit of his power that was there. No. As in he was in that physical space at a point in time, and the power that was literally just naturally seeping out of him, just like the smallest hint of what he could do, caused what would for any normal person just be a theoretically infinite time loop, just infinite looped time. So angels have to be like they've got to be like fifth or sixth dimensional beings. Like these fifth dimensional is time. So I mean, I guess I get that he is the angel of time, I think, or fate. Is he the angel of fate? Whatever. Like he's one of the angels. So like I get that his power is like specifically condensed into that, but like as a general thing, like these guys have got to be fucking crazy strong. Like I'm thinking, yeah, like they've got to be like on a higher dimensional plane or whatever. I don't even know how you'd phrase this. I'm not a huge fucking power. I'm not a huge fucking power scaler. What about Amon? Well, Amon has got to be of a similar level then, right? Because the theory by can I tell you something? CW said in an interview, but never mentioned in the novel. It's about sequence 4. I don't know. Ask Ramiro. I would probably be fine hearing it, but I don't want him to stroke out. He's already sick. As for Amon, it didn't. Colin said that Amon is likely the angel of time. So if that's the case, he's just as strong as Ouroboros at that point. Because they're both the king of angels, which means they're sequence 1, which means there's no, like, they can't go to a higher sequence unless he's a fucking god, right? Insert comically placed chicken jockey. Okay. Ouroboros. See, like, he looks like a fucking woman here. Like, I get that he has really soft features, but, like, this guy has really soft features, but he looks like a guy. He just looks like a woman here. But hey, that is hard as fuck, dude. This is so good. Oh, this clothing has such good intricate detail. Oh, that is really good. The halo on top. I don't think many others had that. Oh, sorry. It has the. It just has the Ouroboros on top. Okay. So wait, is it a Ouroboros or should it be a halo on top? Oh, that's a snake eating itself. Never mind. It's the same thing. Never mind. Ouroboros looks like a seraphim. Well, yeah, he's a seraphim. Of course, he has fucking this many wings. He's a seraphim for sure. Oh, this might actually be my favorite art of him. He's a snake of Mercury. Feet pics is I know, what the fuck is this? You're confusing me with some guy who's interested in feet pics, brother. Fun fact, Ouroboros was translated in as fuck me if I'm Ulorius in some fan, since his actual name was can't be translated directly into English. His first character, yeah, no, Ouroboros. Even before that name was stated, someone can confirm this. I searched up, or because they said a snake that was eating its own tail, and I was like, Ouroboros, huh? Okay, okay, okay. Kami, I'm gonna. Okay. Oh, God. Bro, it's the 5th time. Oh, God. She's excitable, okay? Just... Trissy. This is so good. Obviously, she looks very pretty. That's obviously a part of it. But, like, just, like, all in all... Like, look at this. Even the bed or whatever the sheet is, like, it looks like it's like bending the way it should. This is like crazy good. Dr. Z getting that Audrey treatment is crazy. What do you mean Audrey treatment? Oh my God, look at that, dude. This looks damn near photorealistic. Look at the knees. Why? What? I'm not even on stream, but every time I check, she's spoiling. Like this thing. Look at this. Okay, guys. Like, this thing looks damn near photorealistic. Look at this fucking thing. Holy fuck, how is this drawn? I could take a photo of a record player and it not be this fucking good. Holy shit. This is cute too. The sapphire ring. Sapphire... not bad. Not down bad like this, but it's a nice... Okay. Then, same thing, same earrings. Look at that. Triple matching. You guys are letting her off the hook. One time she'll spoil a big thing. She wouldn't spoil anything big. She'll spoil little stuff. Don't get me wrong. I'm not denying that. But she wouldn't spoil anything big. I have faith in her. See, okay, this is my problem. Any of the official art from China or Taiwan is literally, they whitewash the fuck out of my boy, okay? Isaac should be like a little bit lighter than me. I like to think I'm pretty light skinned, but I mean, he's since he's olive skinned, he's probably a little bit lighter than me. Wait, is Isaac olive skinned? But like, this motherfucker is just white as fuck. That's just a white guy. There's nothing wrong with that, I want to be clear. I just mean, like, that ain't him. Look at this. What is the difference between this skin tone and Klein's skin tone? Tell me. There is no difference. Other than that, very good art. Don't get me wrong. This jacket hanging off the shoulders. This jacket hanging off the shoulders thing is always like a trope that I've always liked. Fuck, who's the guy? Oh, who's the guy? Hold on. As a white guy myself, he's too white. Like, I've always ever since I was a kid and I watched Fairy Tale, the jacket hanging off the thing has always been looked super cool to me, even though I recognize that looks corny as fuck in real life if someone doesn't. In media, I've always just loved it. I don't know why. It's like the coolest way of saying like, hey, this guy's cool as fuck without actually having to say it. I understand that. I understand that's not the greatest comparison, but I'm just referring to the jacket hanging off the shoulders. He was described bronze in V1 and olive in V2. Pretty different tones. One is more Middle Eastern and Asian, while the other's... Yeah, exactly. Like, if we're going bronze, then he's probably my skin tone. If he's olive, then he's lighter than me because it's Mediterranean. It's like... You can tell he's not white as his skin tone is in the shade of brown. What? Yeah, like, okay, see this. This is an olive skin tone. That totally works. He said to me, yeah, exactly. If he's copper skinned, then he's my skin tone. If you want to say that he's olive skin tone, this looks totally fine. That looks fine. Olive skinned, this is totally fair. I will say the shading is not accurate. The hand here are way lighter than his face up here, but you know what? I'm being pedantic. Like, this looks very good. Bro is Mexican. He changed colors every season. There's plenty of spoilery art that do his skin justice. Okay. How the fuck is this resembling olive? Aren't all... Kami, oh, for fuck's sakes. I do that. Every time I mention olive skin tone, someone always fucking brings this up. God damn it. Fine. Olive skin tone. Like fucking Nina Dobrev would be considered olive skin tone. That. Okay? But like olive skin tone, like any skin tone, has a huge range. You know what I mean? Like these two women can also be olive, and then Nina Dobrev can also be olive. So it's like a huge range, as it is with any kind of skin tone. Really, she's white to me, bro. I don't know what to tell you. Okay. In my mind, realistically, if I'm honest, these women seem like a much better depiction of what olive skin tone looks like than Nina, if I'm honest. But like. Like Greece olive. Yeah, exactly. Greece, or I'm even thinking like, I don't actually know if this is true, but I would be thinking like Sicilians, people of like Sicilian descent. Yeah, like many Sicilians would have olive skin tones. So skin tones is a lie. It's just light reflecting. That's a joke. I'm not going to engage. I want to say I like this, but the skin tone is still throwing me off. I don't care. Just close your eyes. Fuck you. Gee, okay, this is just bad art. I'm not gonna lie to you. What is this face? Individually, every piece of it looks fine. This world, but his face is like, as put together, this is fucked. I don't know what is wrong with this. Something is off. Maybe I'm being weird, but I don't know. Something about this feels off. I don't like it. But I just woke up and falling asleep on the chair. All right, well, it's all done, Justin. It is all done. This is like, okay, this. Oh, hair is very well done. You know what? Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I should have mentioned that the hair is very well done. There's something off about the face. Everything else looks decent. The clothing, the hand, even vaguely looks fine. Hands are always hard to do, so I don't give anyone harsh time from them, if I'm honest. Hair is really well done too. Isaac is an icon, bro. Clearly has foreign looks and still manages to become a university prof. I know. And think about it. He knows so much. He's a well-respected uni prof after forgetting damn near everything in his brain. Hands are a nightmare. Exactly. Like, hands are a nightmare. I don't give anyone a harsh time for them. But like, this one is really good. This is bronze skin. This might I even say this might actually be more dark skin than Isaac would probably even be. Because that's probably darker than bronze. But like this is but like, this looks great. This looks great. That's eyes are sharp as fuck. The cigarette is lit. The hands are perfect. Like all of the this artwork is amazing. I love this. Ramu, whoever this guy is, bro. Shout out to you, dude. This shit looks dope as fuck. Edisac, blew his brains out. Get fucked, pussy. You also have a small peepee. Daily. Oh, this is so good. Look at this. The earrings are so detailed. The hair is so good. This is so good. You have a good nap, Justin, or does your neck hurt? I was lying horizontally across an armchair. Or Trissy had a large one. Oh, true. My back is fucked. Yeah, that's, yeah. If you said you sleep on a chair, that is always just bad. This is so good. Oh my god, look at this. This is official art. My god, this is so good. My god. Okay, I don't normally find Daily very pretty, but my god, she looks so pretty here. Whoa, I have never seen this official art, ever. Have we not? No, I haven't seen that one, and I also haven't seen this one. Which is crazy, because there's a lot of these in this style. Oh, wow, yeah, like this style looks dope as fuck. And again, I don't normally find Daily very pretty, but she looks so good here. Although I guess part of that reason is there's some color in her face, where normally Daily is just white as a ghost, which I get that canonically she would be. But, like, Daily's only a couple years older than Klein, but she looks like damn... Exactly! See, like, whereas this one, she looks like a child. She looks so much younger. Like, the difference between these two is crazy. You could totally convince people these are different characters. Like, you could... Fuck, if I didn't know any better and I was starting out, you could tell me that this lady is this kid's mother, and I'd be like, tracks? Like, crazy. Oh, this is really good fan art. This is really good. Wow, that is so well done. Daily is secretly a high sequence team. Like, look at this. Like, the hands are perfect. The hands are like one thing. If someone gets it wrong, I don't judge them too harshly because they're hard. But if someone gets them right like this, they look so good. It makes them look so much more real. The face is a little too long. I agree. If the face was ended like right up here, it would probably look great. It's a little too long, but that's like up to artist interpretation. I do understand. Everything else is perfect, so like, I'm not gonna judge harshly for that. Like, this is perfect. The hands look perfect. The embroidery on this thing, this is so well done. This is so unbelievably well done. Official illustration, Great Smog of Backland. I assume this is the demoness of... What the fuck? Was it Affliction? No, what was it? The Affliction, yeah. Demoness of Affliction. Or no, Demoness of Despair, sorry, Despair. Mike, I assume that's her. Everyone just slowly walk into their deaths. Man, that is so good. Even the fucking airships. Blimps? What would you call airships? Oh wow, that is so good. I mean that's really, the event is bad. The photo is good. Ideally, they would have put like the demoness just walking through here. I feel like that would have been based. But I mean, either way, that looks awesome. If you don't want to make it quite as, we cannot send the high quality ones, which is a fucking shame. Wait, why not? Or cause there's spoilers or what? Oh, it's probably just the size limit. Never mind. Oh, I see. Old Kohler, I guess. Discord does not allow it. Like the size restriction, or I assume. Lag. I don't think so. I'm not seeing anything. No, I'm not seeing size. Okay. This fucking bitch. I would have thought this is the church. Hold on, I gotta go. All right, thanks for staying for so long, Nuggets. I appreciate it. Bro did not get a bag for that. Me. Is this the Church of the Earth Mother, or who? Emlyn and Father White? Emlyn and Father Utrovsky. Wait. Emlyn has black hair? I thought for sure. I thought he had white hair. Am I misremembering this? Does Emlyn have black hair? Fuck. Okay. I might just be remembering this. Oh wait, he has black hair. Oh, okay, never mind. Okay. Oh, Mr. Moon, your default image of a vampire boy is white-haired edgy boy. Oh, that's actually true, dude. That's actually such a good call out. What the fuck? Final message. I'm on as to go. Bumchin Moon surviving. Okay. Thanks for popping by, Nagato. Okay. What are your thoughts on the royal family so far? That they are fucked. Oh, fuck. There's a new tarot club member. I need to add him to my gift now. Shit. All right, this will now be 5. 3, 4. Yeah. Wait. Is Miss Magician on here now that I think about it? Wait, does this not have Miss Magician? Hold on. Oh, no, it does. Okay, never mind. Okay, never mind. Sorry. Bro, when did vampire stereotypes go from black hair and red eyes to white hair? 7. Okay. I don't know if the world actually had one, so I wasn't including him, but I guess he does. Okay. Moon, so I need to add him then. Okay, cool. Don't know. I always thought of them having... I don't know. In my mind, I thought he had white hair. The Moon. Yeah, I guess he has black hair. Never mind. Miss Fourth Wall. Sick. Man, he looks so good for a vampire, huh? If it didn't have 4s, Milos would have a riot long... True. Okay, that's a good point. This is very well done. I mean, it's official art, so I would expect it to be, but... although in fairness, I never did understand this. How do these dresses or robes or jackets just stand on edge for so long? Like, they aren't just flat like they are for normal people. They, like, stand out on their own. Like, there's a gravitational pull out here. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Sorry, this is the art. Very well done. But like, how does it do this? Clothes darts? Clothes darts? What is that? Taken to provide shape to a... Yeah, but like... I doubt it could do... Can it... I mean, maybe it can. Can it do this? This is crazy. Like, this shit is just fucking... standing like this on its own. That is nuts. But either way, really good art. This is so well done. This might actually be my favorite one out of this set of tarot cards so far. Like, this looks so well done. It can do for Audrey's dresses though. Oh yeah, I guess. This might be my favorite one. This looks so good. Mr. Moon. Fair. Maybe he has metal wires. Yeah, metal wires. That might do it. This is really good too. This is so well done. Old Kohler dying with his meat in his hands. Am I making light of a character that I really liked? Yes. But that's what we do. Man, there's so much art of the smog. What the fuck? Yeah, but it doesn't have ugly, blurry top and bottom. Oh, that is so hard. Oh, yes. If there is any 017 art that I can say, that'd be great. I mean, maybe it's already down here. I don't know. This looks hard as fuck, though, actually, dude. Said, nah, bitch, not today. The fool says no. Get fucked, true creator. Better luck next time, bitch. 07. Ah, okay, never mind. 017. Yes, that was on purpose, Amnesiac. She looks pretty. Yeah. Not my type, but she looks pretty. There was a time when Emlyn was one of my favorite tarot club members. He's actually pretty cool once you get past the doll weebness, hauntiness, and Mr. Door sends his regards. Yeah, exactly. Just you're tossing it and you're like, Mr. Door sends his regards. Get fucked. Edisac and Trissy. Oh my god. I'm gonna edit. I'm gonna edit this later, and then just have a text bubble for Trissy in her head. Just be like, "You have a small baby." Question of the year: can a demoness who only knows pleasure fall in love? I would assume so. Can't imagine any reason why not. True creator got a bunch of ravings for once. Yeah, exactly. He's like, true creator for the first time in his life basically got like fucking flashbanged, and he's like, what the fuck? See? Aww. This is so good. Oh my god, I love this. Yeah, there's no way for me to rotate it, which kind of sucks. Yeah, whatever. What are your theories on the royal family? I don't actually have any right now, Wallflower. I have to think about it. The royal families, they're definitely trying to do some, they're definitely up to some shenaniganery for sure. Some A-tier raving right there. I'd probably do better. TC. Benson's hairline is not high enough. True. Oh, well, we can't see it in this instance, so that's fine. But, wait, we can't see it in both instances, so this is fine. Oh, this is so good. I love this. This is like a comic book version of this. I love this. This is so good. Why do you think 017 smiled at Klein? Maybe as an angel, she again responds to some like, yeah, you know, this is so good, right? Maybe she again responds to the leader of the, or sorry, the owner of the great space above the gray fog, the gray fog, the space above the spirit world. As an angel, she probably has like deep understanding of the spirit world. As an angel, you'd probably have to. And then as the head of it, as the owner of it, whatever, she kind of responds to Klein in the same way that like Eridas seems to, maybe not in the same way, because Eridas calls Klein his master, but like, you know, in a similar sense. Does that sign in the background say Bovril? Yes, it does. Like the meat paste? It's a thick, salty meat paste extra. Oh, I see. Yes. Freaky she is, I guess. Okay, first of all, sorry. I hate to be pedantic to whoever made this, okay? This says Backland, not Backland. So you fucked up the spelling. Klein, Melissa looks very cute here. Klein looks ominous, but very cute, very cute. Faceless, volume 2. Man, this volume was such a mindfuck. So much happened. Klein went all the way from sequence 8 to sequence... Some translated as Backland? Oh, I guess. Or maybe she's not emotionless. She's been acting for the past... I mean, I guess she could be acting. I don't know. Lady Despair. Wow. You make a demoness of pleasure and you make her flat? I'm so disappointed. Imagine drawing with so much effort and someone calls you out on the spot. I'm sorry. I'm pedantic and an asshole. Okay, we know this. I'm sorry. Jesus Christ. This is like ignoring that obvious joke. Jesus Christ, this is so well done. It's like just literally corpses littered around what I assume is flesh and blood just in her path. Nothing. The part where Benson had to protect his wallet as well as Melissa when they were getting off the train was one of those details. Crime rates were sky high. Makes sense why he did. Yeah, official daily art. If it was, no, this one I have seen. This one I have seen. Did he protect his wallet? Did I not read that? Did I skip through it? Oh, Benson protected his sister and wallet. Oh, I glanced over it because I read protected his sister, and it's just the rest kind of skip past. But yeah, that's a really good detail. Like, it's like these tiny little things. Okay. Nope, not what I intended to do. Where am I? Oh, here. Author notes. Yes, I saw that. Thank you, Romero.
The Lord that created everything. The Lord who reigns behind the curtain of shadows. The degenerate nature of all living things. This is the true Lord we all should follow.
Yes, the Lord that created the degenerate nature of all living things. That's who I should follow. What the fuck is that? Okay, I'm gonna probably try to read this a little quickly because if I'm honest, I have to piss. Wait, don't listen. That's already been said. The username. Cuttlefish researched the Victorian era a lot, like stuff people don't usually... Yeah, like it's a lot. Like even in volume 1, it was like, in Tinjin, it was like, oh... in volume 2, when he first entered Backland, it was like stated, it was like, hey, like, the number is like 1 in 6 women or whatever between the ages of 15 and 55 or whatever have been, have at some point worked as a street girl. It was like small stuff. It's a joke. Listen to the complete name will corrupt you. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna turn off. I'm gonna go to the other one so you guys can read all of it instead of my face making some of it impossible to read. I'm gonna make it a little bit bigger. Hopefully this is a little better. I'm gonna have to. Okay. And the salary numbers. Okay. The second volume has written about 850,000 words, which is a very long one in the structure. I think only the third and fourth volume of The Sage Who Transcended Samsara are more than it. I think and write every day, although I'm very happy. I'm really tired, especially this month. I also added exercise and almost didn't have time to read novels. Hey, good for you, dude. Work it out too. Get buffed while you're writing this masterpiece. Good for you. The title of this book is Faceless, which is expected to have 3 meanings. Note that the following are the standard answers for reading comprehension. The first is to advance to Faceless, which is the simplest and easiest. The second is to interpret Zhao Kei's living conditions in Backland. He uses a fake face, fake name, fake identity to get to know more people. Bro writes 2 chapters a day and does all that. I know! Handles things and gets involved in disturbances, but when he returns home, he is lonely and deserted. Whenever he says Zhao Kei, he means Klein. Oh, I see. Okay. I would have thought he was just referring to Klein's actual name, like Zhao Mingru. But okay, that makes more sense. The third refers to those who have been smashed into powder or rushed into the Great Era. In history books, they have no names, no appearance, no past, no life, and exist only in simplified numbers or descriptions. In a sense, isn't this Faceless? The least noticeable cannon fodder. Who cares about what their faces look like? Just like the sentence, when one is hungry, one eats another. How much sadness, pain, cruelty, blood, despair are contained in these simple 6 words? And how many living people without faces or names are condensed? Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions. Yeah, there's this Stalin quote that I thought even represents this even better, which is, 1 death is a tragedy, 100,000 deaths is a statistic. Because at that point, they don't mean anything. One person is like, oh my God, like he had a brother, he had a mother, a father, like he must have had people who loved him. So sad. And then the number gets big enough and it kind of just doesn't mean anything. You're like, oh my God, that sucks. That's so bad. And you go about your day because your brain can't really comprehend what that means. Therefore, I try to give some description to the old Kohler, Liv, and Freya in the waves of time, trying to restore the hopes, hardships, and tragedies, these faceless, making them seem like people instead of numbers. Although the second part is a big reason for scattered, it is the hidden main line. As they passed away, more people like them flock in. Faceless has always existed. True. They were the stepping stones of times, the pioneers of the times, and the indispensable roles of the whole history. With this in mind, I abandoned the more sorrowful and shocking ending. I abandoned? What? This is the less sorrowful ending? What? After this, this one is called Faceless People. The best times of the worst era are reversed and echoed, which I can express my desire very well and powerfully. The time is advanced, merciless, and helpless, but there are countless faceless people lying under their feet. The title of the third volume will not have so many symbolic meanings, because the main line is very clear and direct. Well, the name of the third volume is Traveler. Whoa, okay, because Klein is going to be traveling the seas. Okay. Looking at the meaning of the text, everyone should be able to imagine something, but we will still focus on the second part. There are many things in Backland that haven't been collected, such as the Snake of Mercury, such as the underground evil spirit, such as the royal family's real plot. Wait, sorry, everything else I get, underground evil spirit. What is this referring to? Such as 017, such as vampire, such as psychology alchemists. This is because we need to give opportunities to Audrey, Forz, Gio, and Emlyn in Backland to show themselves. Very clever. That's so well done. You set up problems that Klein is aware of, but, oh, under that guy's house, the ruins. I see. Thank you. But now you give the side characters the ability to prove themselves. Very good. And because Backland is the most important stage of the novel, Xiao Kei will eventually come back and stay for a long time. Very good. The second volume said that it was scattered. In fact, a lot of things were strung together. It was fine. For me, scattered but attractive writing is not bad. The real problem is another point. That is, the rhythm of the story has been relatively tense and tight, not relaxed. In other words, it is constantly encountering events and solving problems, but it lacks long enough and easy excess in the middle, and it's a bit tiring and irritating. The one year he gave lemon crab voice. That was the Morty special I gave that guy. Although this leads to the special characteristics aggregation effect, it does have some problems from the settings. The first is that the Tarot Club will be held once a week, so the timeline will be cut into week after week. It's easy to feel repetitive and inflexible. It is also necessary to keep certain items in each week. Therefore, the rhythm of the extraordinary events will be somewhat tight. The solution I'm currently considering is to skip some less important tarot meetings and feel more freely in control of time. Okay, I'm really sorry guys, I didn't want to, but I have to go piss really, really badly. I was hoping to just finish it and then go, but I'm gonna just piss right here. I'll be right back, okay? Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Just piss on the spot? Okay, fuck you. Of course, the Tarot Club itself is also the main body, and it will definitely not be less. For the first time since Emlyn joined, I have not forgotten that there are many friends who mention various things, such as the church's relations, such as another bronze whistle. I remember all of them, but deliberately pressed not to write them and prepared to leave them until the beginning of the third volume. Happy piss time? What? Piss time is piss time. What is happy or sad? Well, I guess if you have a UTI, it might be sad piss time, but beyond that, it's just... the thing is not to let the trivial things dilute or destroy the overall picture, feeling and emotion of two pieces, so we can only carry out certain technical processing. When the second volume was finished, I'm very glad to see that the roles have been set up one by one, which can make everyone like it. It's not impossible to use 017 to end the violence. On the other hand, it's still awesome to write about the church, about the ruling class for so long, which can be the ruling class for so long, not without reason. On the other hand, it is not the ending itself, it's just a continuation, a link between preceding and the following, pointing to some subsequent things. Let's not talk about it in detail so as to not be a spoiler. That's painfully what? Okay. Finally, when writing a novel, I am more and more pursuing simplicity and puncturing. What is puncturing? What? Making a puncture in something, causing a yeah, okay, it's literally what I'm thinking, but I don't know what it means in this instance. Really fun. YouTube doesn't stop us from pissed off. Okay. That is to say, what can be described accurately with the easiest and simplest words is to try and not give a long speech, not to fill it with gorgeous things, to accumulate emotions, step by the most calm and objective white description. At the most appropriate time, pierce the barriers with the most precise and simple language. Try not to give long speeches, try not to fill out gorgeous things. This makes sense. Like, while I personally really appreciate the colorful language that he uses, I also understand that it makes it a lot less inaccessible for more people, right? So that's cool to know. And pierce the softest place in your heart. Now, although there are still many problems, they're just on the way. Of course, the characteristic of being online writing are doomed. I can only do it in the most important and needed chapters. It is impossible to write it in every chapter. A lot of things can be repaired when I'm old and free. In general, I have a lot of vocabulary, but all of them are unfamiliar. After all, they are accumulated step by step and are useless. That is to say, when code words are used habitually, they are used in the list commonly used in the brain, so the problem of repeated words is hard to avoid. Dude, I totally get that. I understand. Also, similar to the problem of misusing some adjectives to present the clearest, most intuitive, and most important picture in my mind. So I try to create some words, but it will still need to be explored and improved. Lots of lampooning for sure. The above is a technical summary of the second volume. Writing is a very hard and torturous thing, but when I write it out, I praised pleasant, especially happy and satisfied. I assume that means like I'm praised, I am happy, and I'm praised, pleasant, and especially happy and satisfied. Recently, everyone praised me for being full of enthusiasm. Gentlemen, I like to write novels. I like to tell you stories. I like to create plump characters one by one. What about praise to the fool? I know. Maybe he is the fool. I like to show you an interesting and novel world. Writing novels is really a joy. Well, it's a mystery that today, the high-end subscription of the pure starting platform is 53,000, but it's all over 41. But after the 24-hour subscription is 28,000. Yes, okay, cool. I don't, yeah. At the end of the day, according to convention, okay. Wait, you say Sunday? I didn't hear. Okay. The third volume is Traveler. Please look forward to it. All right. Traveler. Base. The difference between this and COI and author notes is funny? No, yours good. Okay. All right. That is that. All right. I suspected that today's stream would be 5 hours. I was spot on. I would start it for how it's going. Yeah. Okay. On that note, I should probably get this. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone, for sticking with me through this giant stream and with me through this for so long through this journey. I hope to see you guys again tomorrow for the next stream, starting Volume 3. No night stream today. I'm fucking wiped. Thank you so much, everyone. If you're new here, will you take a break? No. I'm good, Dr. J. I took a long fucking break before I got back here, so I'm not taking any more breaks. Yeah, tomorrow's good. I will take some time too, obviously, for easy stream. Yeah, exactly. So I'm gonna take some time. Yes, if you are new here, consider joining our Discord. Link is in the description if you're interested, for heads up for when I'm going live and just general talking about Lord of the Mysteries. That's it, everyone. Thank you so much once again for if you managed to make it all the way to this 5-hour stream. And even you, Justin, even though you fell asleep for half of it, you little shit. add the stuff you did not. Oh yeah, no, I have to add a whole bunch to notes. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a great rest of your day or night. I'll see you guys in a bit.